Here we are for this very special encounter at the Bonn Open between Jeffrey Blancano against Damir the Demon Jumur. He's very much demonized thus far, showing a bit of frustration after losing the first set. Anyway, the Frenchman to serve, 15-30. Bit of pressure on that Frenchman's shoulders, like a couple of baguettes weighing over him. Needs to take some time. No hurry, he says, at 15-30. He's up a set, 2-all here. What are you gonna do? You're gonna go there down the middle, and that is a shank. One that even Stefanos Tsitsipas would be proud of. Get that towel, mop your brow, return to the baseline where you'll know it's 30-all. Screeches from the other courts. But they don't put this young Frenchman off. Look at him, prowling, brushing, questioning. Maybe they do put him off. He needs to be focused. It's 30-all, 2-all, tense times here at the Bonn Open. Goes out wide with that, comes into the net, does the volley. Does he put it away? No, he doesn't. But he puts that one away, and his opponent, the demon, Damir Jumur, just cannot believe what has happened to him. I'll tell you what's happened. You've been flummoxed, and you've lost the point. We would take another look at it if we had a replay, but we don't. But who knows? You don't even need a replay. It's in our heads. Okay. The Frenchman to serve. I say you're going out wide. You don't. You go down the tee. Clip the net, though. So he's going to get another shot at it. Is he going to take my advice and go out wide on this one? Did so successfully on that last time for a serve and volley, even though he'd messed up the volley. Goes down the tee again, does come into the net, does a little drop shot, and you know what? Jumur is like, I can't even be bothered to run that down. And he's going to clean that line. Look at this, he's cleaning the line because he's so annoyed with some funny bounces.
Ready? Play.
Quick refresh on my top 10. Number 10, Andre Rublev. Number 9, Tommy Paul. Number 8, Francis Tiafoe. Number 7, Ben Shelton. Number 6, Taylor Fritz. Number 5, Daniel Medvedev. Number 4, Alexander Zverev. Number 3, Novak Djokovic. Number 2, Jannik Sinner. And number 1, Carlos Alcaraz. Do let me know your thoughts on my power rankings. Get in those comments below. And tell me whether you agree or disagree. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Number 11, Marta Kostic. Number 10, Paula Badosa. Number 9, Barbora Krejcikova. Number 8, Jasmine Paolini. Number 7, Elena Rybakina. Number 6, Danielle Collins. Number 5, Zhang Wen. Number 4, Coco Gauff. Number 3, Jessica Pegula. Number 2, Iga Swiatek. And number 1, for the first time in my power rankings history, Aryna Sabalenka.
Here we are for this very special encounter at the Bonn Open between Jeffrey Blancano against Damir the Demon Jumur. He's very much demonized thus far, showing a bit of frustration after losing the first set. Anyway, the Frenchman to serve 15-30. Bit of pressure on that Frenchman's shoulders, like a couple of baguettes, weighing over him. Needs to take some time. No hurry, he says, at 15-30. He's up a set, 2-all here. What are you gonna do? You're gonna go there down the middle, and that is a shank. One that even Stefanos Tsitsipas would be proud of. Get that towel, mop your brow, return to the baseline where you'll know it's 30-all. Screeches from the other courts. But they don't put this young Frenchman off. Look at him, prowling, brushing, questioning. Maybe they do put him off. He needs to be focused. It's 30-all, 2-all, tense times here at the Bonn Open. Goes out wide with that, comes into the net, does the volley. Does he put it away? No, he doesn't. But he puts that one away, and his opponent, the demon, Damir Jumur, just cannot believe what has happened to him. I'll tell you what's happened. You've been flummoxed, and you've lost the point. We would take another look at it if we had a replay, but we don't. But who knows? You don't even need a replay. It's in our heads. Okay. The Frenchman to serve. I say you're going out wide. You don't. You go down the tee. Clip the net, though. So he's going to get another shot at it. Is he going to take my advice and go out wide on this one? Did so successfully on that last time for a serve and volley, even though he'd messed up the volley. Goes down the tee again, does come into the net, does a little drop shot, and you know what? Jumur is like, I can't even be bothered to run that down. And he's going to clean that line. Look at this, he's cleaning the line because he's so annoyed with some funny bounces.
Ready? Play.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. How are you, Kira?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Good. Did you enjoy some of the tennis yesterday?
I did. I absolutely did. Not any of the night session, I must admit, but the afternoon session I did enjoy.
Cool. What matches or moments particularly stood out for you?
For me, it was Choinsky against Karbaz-Bayana, and I'm not always a Brit watcher, but that one was pretty special. I really enjoyed that one.
So he forced that to 5 sets. I was scoreboard watching for that one. That was 5 sets in the end, wasn't it?
Mm.
Yeah. I was scoreboard watching for that, which is, terrible way of doing it, but I'm afraid that's how Grand Slams are. In fact, another match that I scoreboarded for was Martinez against the Polish player who I don't want to pronounce. And then, of course, I dipped in at 5-all. But Hoinski, he managed to get back into that match quite impressively, although obviously the fifth set slipped away from him.
Oh yeah, completely. The fifth set, it was pretty likely, I think, that fifth set was going to be a bit too much, but I thought the fight he put up in the meantime was very impressive.
What in the 4 p.m. for you, 11 a.m. Eastern time matches? What are the matches that are standing out for you?
Kokkinakis Tsitsipas is the one that I've got on my screen at the moment, but I'm very happy to switch around.
I mean, yeah, definitely switch around for sure at all times, especially if, it's 2 sets and a break for Kokkinakis in an hour and a half. Yeah, that's a good one. I think that's a standout one. I've just randomly, just because I thought, okay, I know Louis Armstrong starts at 11. And so I just put on Louis Armstrong without knowing who was playing, but it is Dollarhide against Daniel Collins. They're just practicing smashes right now. That's a tricky first round, I would argue, for Danielle, particularly if she hasn't played much lately.
I think so. It's difficult because I think Danielle is, as we all know, incredibly capable of putting together a pretty brilliant run at the US Open. It's conditions that will suit her and everything, but just the last couple of months, you just wonder whether she could slip up. I think this one could be tough, actually.
Yeah, for me, in terms of Daniel and her form, she obviously peaked Indian Wells, but obviously particularly Miami. But she did carry on that momentum to Madrid, for example, where she lost narrowly to Aryna Sabalenka. And at that point, she was in the conversation amongst the best 2, 3, 4 players in the world. And we were thinking, if she can continue this momentum as far as New York, then suddenly the disadvantage she has perhaps on clay or grass will swing back in her favor, a little bit like with Naomi Osaka. But again, Osaka's lost a bit of momentum in recent weeks, right?
Yeah, definitely. I actually would put Osaka as for me, has more of a chance of putting together a good run than Danielle Collins.
Did you do a bracket?
I did.
Okay, and how did it pan out in terms of, can you remember your semis or your final?
My final is the most boring one you can imagine. It's obviously Swiatek Sabalenka, but I wasn't necessarily going to put Swiatek in the final before I started doing the bracket. But then when you go through the matches, you're like, well, I don't think she's going to lose that one. Well, I don't think she's going to lose that one. And I ended up with them in the final. I do think Sabalenka is going to win the whole thing, but I can't quite remember who my other semi-finalists are. I'll have to have a look.
There aren't many people, and I think this is obviously hugely influenced by Cincinnati and how a week or two can change the perspective on tennis, for me at least anyway. I mean, 2 weeks ago, I was like, I have no idea who's winning the US Open, because there were doubts over Sabalenka in terms of the shoulder injury she picked up in Berlin just before Wimbledon. She wasn't winning that many matches even in Washington and then Canada. And so it's like, okay, that's one. Rybakina has had an up and down season for a multitude of reasons. Iga, doubts, in terms of, we know when we go into a tournament with Iga, and we know when we feel like she's probably winning this, and that those tournaments are French Open, Rome, Indian Wells, and maybe 2 or 3 other hardcore events, particularly the ones that are slower, or perhaps something like the WTA finals last year. But there's also half of the tour where we go in and we go, I don't know how this is going to go for Iga. And often the first couple of matches do give us a clue, such as Australia, when it was fine margins for her in those first 2 matches, I think it was. And was it the 3rd round she eventually went out in Melbourne?
Yes, yeah, it was. And that, like you say, as soon as
Noskova, maybe?
You get a pretty good idea.
Was it Noskova in Melbourne? Yeah. I find that some people, we sort of look at the opponents for Iga, and of course she'll be in action as well later. And I get that, but I also think it's often dependent on where are they playing, So, I mean, we've seen Rybakina cause her problems in certain circumstances, and yet other times it looks more comfortable for Iga. Same with Sabalenka, probably more so Sabalenka, even, that we go, okay, Sabalenka, Swiatek in Madrid is just, well, we've had 2 incredible finals between them. and paper-thin margins. Sabalenka on a quick hard court. We're going to lean more towards arena, probably on grass as well, although I don't think they've played each other on grass. And then just about everywhere else, we're leaning in Iga's direction. Hence, the head-to-head is 8-4, I'm going to say. Tell us about your men's side. Or can you remember you beaten semi-finalists as well on the women's side?
Yes. So somehow I have ended up with Badosa, which I don't think is too bad, and Avanesian.
Wow. Well,
Yeah.
I tell you what, that will do me and the channel a huge amount of good, because we have an interview from her from about 15 months ago. And every now and again, it just gets another 500 views, often when Avanesian is in the news for one reason or another. So if she gets to the semi-finals, maybe people, because there's not too many interviews with her out there, and suddenly we might get a few more views on that video, as I see an incredible passing shot from Dolhide, but she is 40-15 down in the opening game on Danielle's serve. Yeah, what about, so hang on a second. So when you said, I don't quite know how these players got there, and you said Badosa, I was like, well, actually, I've got Osaka in my semi-finals, and of course, in 3 hours from now, that could all blow up very quickly, as often it does against Ostapenko. But I also can see how you've got Badosa there. But Avanesian, can you remember who you've got? She must have a match where she's pulling it out the bag somewhere, and that's what we're all missing.
Yes, absolutely. That's that must be what
Is she beating Coco or someone like that? Is that what's happening?
She's beaten Naomi.
She's beating Naomi. Okay, so you got Naomi to beat Ostapenko.
Yes, and I've got her beating Rybakina.
Right. Okay. So those are the sort of two wins for her that propel her into semi-final contention. Well, we'll see. I do remember her having a pretty good US Open last year. I think she had an epic match with Ostapenko, which Penko ended up emerging the winner from, and then latterly going on to knock out Iga en route to the quarterfinals, I think it was, for Penko before she lost to Coco. So we'll see. But Badosa makes sense to me. Badosa makes sense because of the draw partly and reasonably good form.
Yeah, I think she's probably in the conversation for a lot of people at the moment.
Yeah. I think what I will say, though, is that I haven't heard many voices saying they don't think Aryna Sabalenka is winning the tournament. You know, whenever I hear a prediction, and yet, as I say, 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, I might have put a poll on Twitter like, who on earth is going to win the US Open on the women's side? Because I had no idea. But in the space of 10 days, she just pulled ahead of the pack. On the men's side, can you remember who you got semis onwards?
Yeah, semis. I've got Tommy Paul against Alcaraz.
Ooh. So you got Tommy Paul beating Sinner, or you've got Sinner going out somewhere?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. That's brave. That's nice. And on the other side,
I like to be brave.
No, it's good. It's good. You're braver than me on the men's side. I've gone for the top 4 seeds. Very, very boring. I know.
Sometimes it's the right thing to do, though.
I haven't got the top 2 in the final, though. I've got Zverev beating Djokovic, and I've got Alcaraz beating Sinner.
Okay.
In a way, we talk about 2 weeks on the women's side changing things. Perhaps the 2 weeks could apply to the men's side from what looked like a pretty predictable top 3 in various different ways. Probably, even if we go back as far as the Olympics, things have changed, because suddenly, some of the doubts that we had about Novak have kind of disappeared a little bit. And then those doubts have been projected onto Yannick Sinner's in particular shoulders for a million different reasons, of which we've been into many times. Is it this sort of cloud hanging over Yannick that gives you a little bit less confidence in him in this tournament?
I'm just going to quickly interrupt to say that Kokkinakis has got the early break against Tsitsipas.
Thank you very much. I like interruptions that give me news. Wow, 1 love already. Tsitsipas, of course, not having been past the 3rd round in New York in his entire career. And Also, although he's not been past the third round, we've probably gone into this tournament with a bit more optimism for Stefanos in terms of, coaching stability, but also in terms of his ranking and his form. And yet this year he enters it outside the top 10. And probably a long time since he entered the US Open outside the top 10, a good 5 years, I would imagine anyway. So, okay, Kokkinakis getting the break. I have gone for Stefanos in that match, but it is a 52-48 for me.
Yeah, I've gone for Kokkinakis. Personally, I just always think if you put him on a slam stage, I'm sure I've said it here before, that I think he's the one who you back to deliver.
So you got Tommy Paul, Alcaraz in one semi, did you say? And then the other semi?
Novak against Musetti.
Wow. Bold Kira. We've got Kira the bold, Kira the brave. By the way, Collins has won 9 out of the last 10 points and has got the break as well on Dollarhide. So that's a great start for Danielle, particularly, as I said. I think it could be a tricky first round for her, having not played a huge amount of tennis lately. Let's have a look at the live chat to see what we've been missing. I have no idea, Ghosty, what John Wertheim has done in the last 24 hours. Maybe I need to jump on Twitter. But Ghosty, I am a person who goes with case by case, so I'd have to know what has gone on here. But Ghosty, do enlighten us. Damien, oh yeah, by the way, I think when we were talking about what stood out for you on day one, Brazy then immediately wrote, and I think it was to address this question. What stood out for you on day one? Damien with no coffee, still streaming at 5 a.m. Okay, that's great. Nice one, Brazy. Do hit the like button, of course. And anybody else who is new to hit subscribe. Lots of hellos going on, which is great. Getting old sucks, says Ghosty. Yeah. Ghosty, I wonder, Ghosty, what is the first US Open you remember? In fact, let's put that to everyone. The first US Open you think you can remember, particularly a final. What about you, Kira? Is there a final from your childhood that you that stands out?
Well, this is probably not going to win anyone over, but I didn't really watch the US Open when I was a child.
Me neither. Me neither.
Yeah.
I mean, when I say child, maybe I need to stretch it to, what's the first one you remember? But I'm the same. Actually, funny enough, I remember seeing 1 or 2 Australian Open finals. One in particular with Boris Becker, which I think he lost. But actually, I remember occasionally the Australian Open being on, or at least the final, being on terrestrial TV. But actually, it was not at nowadays, it's at a good hour for people living in Europe, at around about 9 a.m., I think. Maybe a little bit earlier, maybe 8 a.m. in the UK. But I remember the Australian Open men's final anyway being on at like 3 or 4 in the morning. And if you look at those finals now on YouTube, you'll see they're playing early to mid-afternoon, just like the European ones are. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So, what is there a final from your teens or mid to late teens that stands out, Kira? You're going to, by the way, you're going to upset Ghosty now because you're going to say like 2019 Novak Nadal or something.
No. In fairness, I do remember. I didn't watch them generally, but I do remember watching Andy Murray's one in 2012.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think that's probably the one. I can't remember if I watched all of it even, but I do have recollection of that one.
Yep. I remember the 2012 final pretty clearly because that was continuing until early to mid-afternoon. It was sort of a bit like that one between Nadal and Medvedev a couple of years ago, because Djokovic, and I think that's the longest match in history, actually, Djokovic against Nadal. I think it's over 6 hours. And that comes on the back of a semi-final that Djokovic had to go through with Andy Murray. Yeah. What about Wimbledon? Tell us your first Wimbledon you remember.
Oh gosh, it's very hard to think which one was which. But really,
tell us
again, it would be Andy Murray's first win, where I really felt like I was properly engaged, watching despite my youth and lack of concentration.
Daniel Collins has just saved a break point with a hell of a forehand that probably only Danielle and maybe Sabalenka could pull off. 5 minutes on the clock for this game as she seeks a 3-love lead. I see that Kokkinakis has consolidated. So, yeah, is the scoreboard in sync, ahead or behind where your stream is?
About right, actually.
Not bad. Not bad. My stream for this particular tournament is going to be about a point behind everybody else. Sometimes I'm ahead, sometimes I'm on par, sometimes I'm behind. Let's have a quick look around the grounds and see what scores have been going down. If there's any breaks of serve early on, I see Schoolgate and Danielle are on serve. Thompson's got the early break on Lestienne. I think I have Thompson to win that one. I think I've got Taro Daniel beating Schoolgate. And I have, foolishly or otherwise, got Tsitsipas to win that one against Kokkinakis. But I know that you and Damien have both gone for Kokkinakis. Oh, Katie Bolter's up an early break as well. So, yeah, a few breaks. And Buxer is up a break on Irani. I have Buxer to win that one. And Zhang is up a break, but threatening to go a double break up on Kruger. And Muchova, sorry, bad news for Nerlan, who I know has sympathies for Katie Volinets. Muchova is up a break on the American and threatening to take a 4-1 lead. I would love to see Muchova have a great run in this year's US Open. I'm not too optimistic about it, but I would love to see it.
Yeah, even something that's just a good indicator of her sort of making her way back into form would be nice.
I joked at the beginning of the stream. I said, yeah, of course you can switch between matches. And I sort of said, if Kokkinakis is up, 2 sets and a break in an hour and a half, well, who knows? We might have to clip that later on. Zhang indeed is now a double break up on Kruger. And Danielle Collins eventually got over the line under a bit of pressure on her serve to take a 3-love lead over her fellow American. Pavlyuchenkova as well. Of course, she's missed large amounts of the last couple of years. A bit more, probably I'm going back a year or so now when she was sort of on the comeback trail. And I remember having some pretty good matches last year in New York, for example, against Svitolina. Svitolina got over the line yesterday. What other matches yesterday afternoon? You mentioned the Hoinski 5-setter. Were there any other matches sort of before bedtime that you managed to enjoy?
Just about managed to fit in Gael Monfils against Diego Schwartzman.
I think I was watching Nakashima Runa around that time, I think.
I don't blame you. I did miss out on that one.
Yeah. Yeah, Schwartzman, also like Dominic Thiem, obviously saying goodbye to Grand Slam tennis, and I have somebody at the door, so I'll be back in a minute.
No worries. Thanks for joining us, Ghosty. We will see you again soon. Tsitsipas has managed to hold serve for the first time to make it 2-1. And that one was a lot more convincing. But he was serving better, so that's probably why. I can see that Pavlyuchenkova is a breakup on Preston as well now. But yeah, you might have said it to somebody who's already been on stream, but I'd love to hear everyone else's men's and women's picks for the title. If you're in the chat, please let us know. In terms of Katie Bolter, whether I rate her, yeah, absolutely. I think she's a great player, and it was tough for her, I think, to have such a great run and then immediately go into clay where she just doesn't quite have the game at the moment to do much on clay. But in terms of how far she can go at this tournament, I have actually got her to lose in the first round. Not that I think that's necessarily it, but I'm not sure how far she can go in this. I just think draw's a little bit tough. And also I'm not sure she's got much form coming into it.
Oh, an unbelievable backhand winner there from Danielle Collins. Yeah, I feel similarly about Katie. There's another thing that I would add. to the form, which again is kind of conditions. She won in San Diego. She won the title there, didn't she? Around about February, I'm going to say, this year. And I'd be interested to know if that's a kind of a quick hard court, because I do feel as though the speedier the conditions, the better she tends to do. And obviously grass, I think, is not bad for her as well. Yeah, if this was like at Wimbledon, I generally expect her to win a couple of matches at least, because I feel that her serve can get her through and get her out of trouble on occasions as well. Goes to here talking about Tsitsipas trying to get a grip on the... okay, I think... yes, indeed. Goes to anyway, see you soon. By the way, you missed... I'm pretty sure you missed a cracker last night with Sloane Stephens and Clara Burel. I don't know if you've seen any of the Burel won this match from this position tweets.
No, I haven't actually.
So she was 6-love, 3-love, 30-15 down. So we've got Stephens having won the first 9 games and looking comfortable on her serve to make it 4-love. In other words, she's got a double break. And Clara Burel won the match from that position. Wow. I mean, 6-love, 3-love is impressive enough. But when you know it's 6-love, 3-love, and that includes a double break, it sort of adds to it.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah. Wow.
And Sloane kept going up a break in the third as well. She kept sort of eking in front with a break, but Clara would immediately break back, and including on one occasion when of course, Sloane was serving for the match. But on one side of the net, you're just looking at unbelievable scenes of, not joy exactly from Clara, but just almost can't believe it. And she's obviously delighted. And on the other side, you just feel really badly for Sloane.
Yeah, that's got to be really tough, especially for an American.
Yeah, right, on Arthur Ashe as well. So that was a standout match last night. Djokovic's comfortable win, less so. But yeah, then other stories, probably Sakkari and Rune in terms of departures from the tournament for different reasons, of course. I heard Matt from the Tennis Podcast in one of those sort of 1-minute clipped tweets where they play the audio, where I think he said that Rune has lost, I think it's 15 out of his last 18 top 20 matches. So basically, he comes up against a top 20 player, and 90% of the time he's losing. Albeit, of course, Nakashima's not top 20, although his ceiling might well be. And yeah, and then Matt was saying maybe at the moment, at least, we have to look at Paris Bercy as being the outlier rather than what we've been probably hanging on to for a year or more. It's getting on for 2 years since Paris Bercy, of course, but we were probably hanging on for it for a good 18 months going that 2 or 3 weeks, because it wasn't just Paris, to be fair. There was other great runs from him as well in that indoor season. But that 2 or 3 weeks at the moment is not the norm. It's the outlier.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to get to a point where that's true. Absolutely. I'm still sort of in this limbo with him where I still feel like he's got the potential, because we've seen him play that game and it just feels like a consistency issue. So part of me feels like if he can settle with a coach and he can sort of really make some strides, then we could see something different from him. But at the moment, it's definitely something's not right.
Yeah. I mean, another point that Matt makes particularly interestingly is we often talk about ceilings and we talk about weapons and all the rest of it. But tennis is not really like that, he said. I think that's pretty much the words he used. And I thought, yeah, because tennis, we can all talk about, having an amazing forehand or having this particular ceiling. But if you're not hitting that ceiling that often, then we have to look at your base game or your average, if you like. And how often do we talk about that baseline, that average, getting regular title winners over the line? Not even just the big three, or not even just your Yannicks or your Carloses, but also even your Medvedevs, for example, who, albeit the last 18 months, hasn't been putting up trees. But we know that if Daniel Medvedev is playing an okay Daniel Medvedev on a hard court, makes the final, makes the semi-final, depending on who he comes up against. Yeah. He's got that Casper Ruud on clay. Casper Ruud on clay. If he's playing okay, he makes the quarters. He makes the semis. Again, depending on who he runs into. But Rune doesn't have that, it seems, at the moment, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. And also in terms of, as you said, I think it's a really good point that there's very rare. I cannot remember a time recently where somebody's won a tournament who regularly wins a tournament, not someone who's just, had a ridiculous week on a one-off, but people who regularly win tournaments, we very, very rarely will say they were just absolutely brilliant all week and totally played everyone. We'll always be like, oh, well, they didn't always play the best tennis they can play, but it was enough.
The big moments, yeah.
So,
I mean, I think of Djokovic there, but we can. I mean, I'm just thinking of 1 or 2 runs that he's had in the last few years. A couple of runs in Australia where we're like, he's not playing that well, but and then he gets to the final and he wins in straight sets. Or even Djokovic at the ATP finals last year, where I do think probably his performance in the final against Yannick was his best performance of the year, just from start to finish, where he was sensational. But I'm just watching a lovely little drop shot from Daniel Collins. But there were bumps in the road there. I think he lost to somebody. He lost to Yannick, of course, didn't he, in the round robin stage? And yes, he beat Carlos in the semis, but that felt more conditioned. And then suddenly he plays sensational. Are you watching something with Tsitsipas Kokkinakis?
Sorry, it was a ridiculous return from Kokkinakis, just right on Tsitsipas's feet, and he didn't even have the time to react to it. It's just brilliant.
Good. I'm glad that I picked up on what your reactions were, because Eddie's a good one. Eddie will do a reaction. You'll just be talking as I often do, and Eddie will go ooh, or something like that, and I'll go, Eddie, tell me. These reactions are great. But I hope I'm not misinterpreting something and a dog hasn't run over your feet or something like that.
Oh, God. No, definitely Kokkinakis.
Yeah. Anyway, Tsitsipas did hold in the end, it seems. Yeah, Nick gets very, very excited, but that's why we love Nick, of course. Muchova is still up a break on volley nets, and Zhang has won the first set 6-love over Kruger. Daniel Collins here again under a bit of pressure on her serve. She's had to save a break point already in this game. What time is the Osaka match?
5 o'clock, is it?
Yeah, 5 o'clock. 5:50. No earlier than one of those. 5:15 your time.
Right. Oh, it's just after Daniel Collins, isn't it?
Okay, it's on this one, right? Yeah, Louis Armstrong. So it is. So if Daniel gets this done in straight sets, 2 and 1, it might well be 5:15, but. But she's really struggling to get through some service games at the moment, so I don't see it being a 2 and 1, that's for sure.
No, I've just seen as well, Jakub Menšik is currently 4-1 up against Felix Auger-Aliassime in the first set.
Yeah, now that'll be a I don't want to say it will be a headline if Menšik goes on to win that one. I mean, it was 3, 4, 5 years ago when Felix was the Menšik of the tour, of someone who we thought had huge potential, and probably 2 years ago when he had an incredible indoor season all the way until the ATP finals, when I went into those ATP finals in Turin in 2022 thinking he was the one who might beat Novak. I will say this, that his results didn't turn out that way, and when I said that to Craig O'Shaughnessy post-tournament, he was kind of shaking his head. Now, he was shaking his head after the event, but I'm pretty sure that he was he would have shaken his head as well before that. Probably I was just reading a bit too much into the indoor form regarding Felix. But yeah, again, Felix is a little bit like Holger, but don't quite know which direction he's going in. Jack Draper, is he playing today?
Yes, he is. I'm not sure what time, but he's definitely playing.
Got a difficult one though against Zhang, and that I think it's difficult for two reasons. One, for obvious reasons, because Zhang is a formidable opponent. But the other thing with Draper is I don't very often see him breeze through draws. I don't see Draper winning, in straight sets 2 or 3 matches back to back. And I wish for his sake he would, because I think he needs that at this moment in his career when, unfortunately, when it goes 4 or 5 sets, I'm just trying to think of other players on the tour. Well, Holger Rune, I think, springs to mind as well. That when it goes, and Yannick to a lesser extent, when it goes 4 or 5 sets, you do start to worry about them. And Jack is one of those. I remember a year ago, I think he was struggling really quite physically in one match, maybe against Hurkacz, I think. I just remember seeing him on the side, getting the whole, the cooling down and the tablets to help settle himself.
Yeah, I think the only Brit that I've got going through to round 2 in either the men's or the women's is actually Harriet Dart, who did win yesterday.
Oh, right, okay.
But I've got the rest
and she
of
did
them
win. She won comfortably, didn't she?
losing.
So Harriet Dart won yesterday, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. You don't have Rybakina going through then?
No. I can't remember who she's playing now because I'm very bad at remembering.
She's playing today. I think she's got a very winnable match. That's. But of course, she's someone as well that hasn't been playing a huge amount recently.
Oh, Sophia Kenin.
Oh, yeah, she's playing Kenin. Sorry, I've obviously got her first round muddled up. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's super winnable.
Winnable. No, that's the wrong word. It's the wrong word. For some reason, I thought she had a winnable match, but yeah, Kenin. I've still got her winning it, I think. But yeah, I can see why you'd go for Sophia. Kenin was someone as well that pushed. So Iga's run in Australia, I think, was Kenin, which was something like 7-6, 7-5, something like that. And then Daniel Collins, and I think Danielle was a double breakup maybe in the deciding set. Certainly she had a big advantage that unfortunately got away from her. And then I think Iga lost to Noskova. I think that was her Australian Open run.
Yeah, that's what I remember as well. I think the second set of the Kenin one was pretty straightforward, but the first
was it more straightforward? Okay. Yeah, so you're right, 7-6, 6-2, yeah. Yeah, I got a feeling that Danielle was 4-1 up anyway in the second.
I seem to remember that.
Yeah. And it was just after that she announced she was going to be retiring this year.
Yes, of course.
And then she went on a tear, especially, as I say, in Miami. And we were just looking towards the US Open and thinking, okay, could happen. Still could.
How's she doing against Dollarhide?
Well, she's now pressurizing Dollarhide's serve, which is sort of a welcome reversal, bearing in mind that Danielle's been a breakup since early on, but every time she's serving, it's Danielle that's struggling to make a mark. She's now got a break point after an excellent return, just incredible depth on that return that caught Dollarhide out. And so she's now got a break point for a double break advantage. Kokkinakis still looking okay?
Yeah, I mean, he's not really making many inroads into the Tsitsipas serve since his break, but he's holding his own serve relatively comfortably each time. So he's still looking pretty good. And when they get into big rallies, he is out hitting Tsitsipas the majority of the time.
Danielle again on the turn, excellent, and as a result, forcing the error from Dollarhide, and she's now got a 5-1 lead, and she will serve for the first set.
Another example, just beautiful backhand winner from Kokkinakis, back behind Tsitsipas when he was on the run to the forehand. Yeah, he's just sort of hitting him off the court at the moment.
When you said a beautiful backhand winner, I was pretty sure, that wasn't going to be Stefanos Tsitsipas.
You never know. Next time, I'll keep an eye out.
Okay. I think I've got a poll going on YouTube regarding the Osaka match. I'll see how people have been voting in this one. I think there's quite a few Osaka fans out there, so that may well influence. 57-43 in favor of Naomi. Yeah. That, honestly, any result in that match, other than love and love, or love and one, but an Ostapenko 2-1 or an Osaka 2-1 and anything in between wouldn't really surprise me. The result, at least.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. It's sort of feels like it's up for grabs.
Yeah. And now it's 15 love, a point that Danielle dominated and then eventually just put it away, patted it away actually at the net.
Tsitsipas has managed to hold for 4-3, but it wasn't comfortable. His serve's getting him out of some pretty uncomfortable positions at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Now, I know Google can sometimes get these things wrong, but is Kokkinakis just basically getting his first serve in almost all the time? At least that's what it looks like from at least Google stats. But as I say, they can sometimes be wildly wrong.
I mean, from what I've seen, he is probably getting it in a good amount of the time, but I haven't necessarily noticed it's all the time.
It's a lovely forehand winner there from Danielle Collins on set point, and she does take this set 6-1. I said that she won't be winning this 2-1 or 1-2, but we'll see. She has won the first set with the loss of just one game. When I was thinking that, it was in the midst of these games where Danielle was just on her own serve, just being pushed to deuce, and it was being pushed to deuce over the course of 4, 5, 6 minutes in each game. But then she broke Danielle once more and then did end up seeing the set out. It looks like Dolehide, by the way, is winning 0% on her second serve. So that will have to change. So, yeah, that's a standout stat from that first set. Winning no points on your second serve is not going to help. Just puts immense pressure on your first. See, Thompson has won the first set over Lester Yan, 6-1. Daniel is serving for the set against Schoolgate. So, yeah, that's the 3 matches I can see on the men's side there, although I know there are more, including, of course, Kokkinakis against Tsitsipas. I'm guessing Muchova won that first set over volley nets. She was looking in a pretty good position.
Have a quick check. It's just come up on the screen, and it seems like Kokkinakis has actually got 7 first serves in. So
7 first serves out of. Okay, so that's obviously Google.
Definitely not out of 7.
Yeah, right. 7 out of 7 would be like 2 games in or 2 service games in. So Dolehide to serve first. Be interesting to see if she can win some points on the second serve in this set. It's kind of, even if you haven't watched a single point from this match, it's those second serves that Danielle just eats up for breakfast, that as soon as that ball lands, she's hitting it. She's hitting on the sweet spot. She's getting it so deep that Dolehide is struggling to get a racket on it, never mind win a point.
Muchova did take that first at 6-3.
Okay, she did. Cool. I felt really bad for Clara Burrell last night when she was down around about. I told you about that inflection point at 3-love, but I think it was also 4-1 maybe at one point. But there was a point. Let's just say she'd lost the first 8 games, okay? And there was a point when Barella's at the net. She's got a volley that she's probably going to put away, but it clips the net and sort of just jumps over her racket. And, so it's one of those net courts that flips up and you can't quite get to it in time. And I just thought, when you're going to lose the match, but that's cruel. That's cruel, that you've lost the first 6, 7, 8 games. And now even net courts are just going against you in such a way. And I think she sort of closed her eyes, and you were thinking, oh, dearie me, I just get a game, And there wasn't applause when she got that game. That classic applause when you get the game, having lost the first 9. And things changed. Well, I mean, I can't tell you exactly what changed, but I would say that from that point onwards, Sloane Stephens started to lose a bit of confidence in some variety that Clara was doing. She was forehand slices that were having incredibly low bounces, other shots that were just sort of landing in the corners, not necessarily on the lines, but also Clara was defending really well from that moment onwards, and eventually would just sort of not wait for the error, but the error would then come from Sloane. And once they started to come, that was when the problems really started to happen, because they started coming by the bucketful, as the doubts then come in. And, then, from being 3-love and 4-1 up, it's then 5-all. And the match has changed dramatically in that period, if you like.
Mm. Tsitsipas has got a break back point here at 30-40.
Ooh. Okay. Interesting to see how this pans out for Stefanos. Dollarhide has held serve on new balls. Bolter is down a break on Sasnovich, yeah. Pavlyuchenkova is up a set and a break on Preston.
Kokkinakis has managed to save that break point by playing 3 absolutely stunning forehands in a row from the backhand side.
Nice. I watched, just going back to Hwinski, I watched his qualifier against Maxime Cressy. That was a bonkers match as well.
I watched that one.
Yeah, third set deciding set tiebreak. But bonkers just because of some of the match points that came and went for both players, but particularly one I remember for Cressy, where he had a very makeable volley and he decides to let it bounce thinking it's going to go out, and it's one of those that lands in.
Yeah.
And that was the
he did two of them
moment.
In a row, didn't he?
He did 2, but I think the other one was a not makeable volley, and there was also the one on match point that kind of flies at him, and he sort of just ducks out of the way. But that one on the match point for Hwinski, it was the second match point for Hwinski. And by the way, I think Hwinski's first match point was also one that Hwinski should have won. So we had all these match points that come and go for both players, and that match points that each player should have won. But that last one I remember being one where, if Cressy reacts incredibly quickly to it and he gets his racket on it, it still could fly anywhere. He could just stick his racket up and who knows where the ball is going from there. So I understand the immediate reaction to just dive out the way, and it did end up landing in, but it was one of those that You know, you just don't know, and you just got to go with your reflex. The other one was one where he had time to think about it, you know, and it's like, okay, I can make the volley here, or I can just let it go. And he let it go, and it landed in. And that was the first of 2 match points on his serve at 40-15. And that was the moment where you just thought, oh, if he doesn't get it done on the next point, and he didn't, you feared for him. And that's how it panned out. But it was a crazy match, but a fun match to watch.
Yeah.
Double fault there from Daniel Collins. So it's 30 all on her serve. Love 1. Bolter is 3-5 down on Sasnovich. Saville has a break point to take a 4-3 lead. Yeah, I didn't see any of Sakari's match yesterday. I don't know what the reason was for her retirement, but wonderful.
I saw something about her shoulder.
Oh, really? Okay, shoulder.
Or her getting treatment in this area anyway.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't feel as though she's played a huge amount recently, so I wonder if that's a shoulder thing that's been troubling her, which meant I don't remember her playing in Cincinnati.
No. Tsitsipas has just got the break back.
Ah.
Pretty poor serving from Kokkinakis there.
Okay. So the complexion of that match has changed pretty quickly. For those of you tuning in, do hit the like button. And if you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. Dollarhide has a break point, and she's got it. A backhand into the net from Daniel Collins. As was the case even during the first set. It was, Dollarhide was looking more likely to win games on the Danielle serve than her own. So we'll see if she can consolidate that break. But again, this match has changed slightly now with a 2-love lead now for Dollarhide.
It's a good response to a 6-1 set loss.
Yeah, very much so, yeah. As I say, I think she probably always felt as though she was in a lot of those Daniel Collins service games, if not maybe the last one. And so that can help. The problem is Danielle's return. Even on that was a first serve that time from Dollarhide. And I'm going to use the expression again. She just ate it up for breakfast. Love 15. Where do you stand on the Jack Draper Felix incident from a few weeks ago?
I thought a lot was made of it that perhaps it's maybe over the top.
Okay.
But I struggle to believe in a certain way that Jack Draper wouldn't have felt that. I know he's come out since and said he really didn't know, and he's seen it afterwards, and it clearly was wrong, and he was wrong. I certainly don't think he was doing anything on purpose. I think he probably confused himself and wasn't sure what to do. I think Felix handled it all very, very well. So yeah, I think the real issue is that there wasn't an opportunity to review it.
Yeah, I think regarding these reviews, and I believe that they are in place at the US Open, albeit not on every court. I think I'm going to say like half of the courts.
I think so.
And obviously the main ones. So apparently it's not in place on all of them. Anyway, yeah, I see it because unlike football, where I think there's a huge amount of controversy with VAR, where, we've taken some of the drama away from the sport and some of the excitement as well, and the theatre, and we sort of deny the fans in the stadium the opportunity to see what's going on as well, at least in terms of the process, albeit we know the result, of course. And the fact that the game is very different in terms of it's just non-stop football pretty much for 45 minutes each half.
Yeah.
Occasional whistle blow, but then we can carry on very quickly. Tennis, of course, has regular pauses. It has a pause sometimes every 2 seconds. Certainly every 30 or 60 seconds, unless it's Sara Irani against Haddad Maya or something like that. So, yeah, we get these pauses. And we see it, don't we, with the Hawkeye decisions in the past. You know, we get the drama, don't we? We get the claps as we wait to see if the ball landed in, and it didn't take away from the drama. And I certainly think, and this thing that happened last week, Daniel Collins breaks back immediately, so it's 2-1 back on serve. This thing that happened with Draper happens once a week, maybe.
Yeah.
You know, in VAR, we're going to VAR 2, 3, 4, 5 times a match, sometimes more, aren't we, in football? Whereas in tennis, you know, there might be in a year even only 3 or 4 high-profile ones of these anyway, where we're talking about it at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And the umpire can only say as he saw it. And I saw it in real time. I didn't see it that clearly. I know Jack said something like in an interview this week, you know, it was a clear clear sort of bounce onto the ground. But for me, it wasn't clear until we saw the absolute super slow-mo. But other people will say, yeah, but the way it reacted off his racket and so on and so forth, I get that. But, you know, a 30-second video review every couple of weeks on the tour, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, 100%.
8 courts, Brazy says, yes, that's what I thought. I'm sure he did, Sean, but I've not seen them. Jason here hoping to see a Tommy Paul Hubie catch in the semi-finals. Okay, it looks like Jason's seen some of their practice encounters. Jason, if you are new to the channel, and you might not be, but if you are, please do click subscribe. But anyway, he's not too impressed with the practice between the pair. With Hubie, of course, he's, you know, maybe a little bit further ahead than De Minaur, but both of those players are players. When we were going into Wimbledon, we were thinking, wow, could this be their year? Could this be a quarterfinal, a semi-final, or even better for either player? But both of their Wimbledons are obviously curtailed by injury. And I think De Minaur has played 1 doubles match since. Hubie's played a bit more than that, but he did retire from his last match in Cincinnati.
Yeah, he's a setup at the moment. I do think I can see Hubie getting through a few rounds. I'm not sure I can see De Minaur, but that's partly just because we just don't know.
Yeah.
Where he's at.
Yeah. So Collins serving here at 1-2, 15 love. And now you've got Kokkinakis serving to stay in that first set.
Yes, 15 all at the moment. He needs to sort of go back to the level of serving that he had at the beginning of the set. Otherwise, this is going to turn around very quickly.
Indeed.
That was a really solid first serve, so he's taking it on board.
Do you see plenty at the Olympics as well?
Yes, I did watch quite a lot of the Olympics. I was trying to balance it with all the other sports that I was trying to watch at the Olympics as well, but I did end up watching quite a lot of tennis.
I ended up probably the whole Olympics, probably only watching the tennis. I mean, that there was a few track ones that I saw, you know, a couple of the sprint ones at the beginning of or not the beginning of the Olympics, but like the beginning of the when they open the, you know, the stadium part of it, which normally happens on the Friday, the first week, I think. I watched a bit that weekend. And then Alcaraz Djokovic would have been the Sunday, I guess. And probably didn't really catch much of the second week. I forget what I was doing. I would have been doing something, but life got in the way of the second week of the Olympics. Collins here under a bit of pressure once again on her serve. 15-30. Dollarhide just talking to herself. How's Kokkinakis looking at this sort of pressurized moment?
He's 40-30 at the moment. So he's got a game point. Tsitsipas actually hit a very good backhand return winner.
Ooh, there we go. Backhand return winner. Yeah.
But he did manage it. And now he's just come to the net and put away a volley for Juice.
Oh, okay. Juice. If I was to put together the 3 areas of Tsitsipas's game, which have the most question marks. They would be backhand, return, slice. So that would be the bingo card. If we get a backhand slice return from Stefanos that's a winner, then maybe I should never talk about tennis ever again.
Maybe he's winning the tournament.
Katie Bolter's got back on serve against Sasnovich. And Collins
Sounds like quite an
to...
interesting one, that one. They've been back and forth quite a few times.
Yeah. Pavlyuchenkova is looking in an extremely good position now, 6-2-4 love up. Danielle Collins is going to have to save a break point here on her serve.
Quite a long rally there between Tsitsipas and Kokkinakis, where he did hit some solid backhand slices, but not any winners. And Kokkinakis switched it to the forehand and won the point for advantage.
Good defense from defense. I'm becoming all Americanized. Anyway, good defending. Let's go with that one from Dollarhide, but it wasn't enough in the end. That basically the pressure just kept cranking up and up and up from Danielle, and she puts away a forehand winner to save the break point. Yeah, so Kokkinakis a little bit of a tightrope there, especially at deuce.
Lovely serve down the tee, and Tsitsipas completely mistimes his return, so he's managed to hold for 5-all.
And I was just about to say the same about Danielle Collins. A good serve from her has brought up advantage. So she now has a game point for 2-all. Dollarhide, good news from her point of view is that she's getting at least getting lots of first serves in so far. It's very early doors in the second set. Oh, Danielle Collins there. Fairly easy forehand, short ball, but she puts it into the net. So we're back to deuce.
I see Sara Irani's double breakup in the second set after losing the first.
Yes, because she lost the first. Yeah, okay. Forehand there clips the net from Danielle. We're at deuce here at 1-2. Backhand, very low net clearance there from Danielle. Good defense there from Dollarhide. And it's Collins who blinks first, putting her forehand into the net. And we've got a break point for Dollarhide for a 3-1 lead.
This is more like what I was expecting the first set to be for these two.
Yeah. So now Tsitsipas to serve at 5-all. Volley nets as a break point to save against Muchova. Yeah, that's a double break for Irani as well. That 3-love lead.
Tsitsipas is making quick work of this service game so far at 40-15. He's just serving quite well the last few games, so it's quite difficult for Kokkinakis to get anything done.
Huge cheer of relief there from Danielle Collins as she saves another break point. Back to deuce. Sasnovich has broken Bolter once again, so she's going to serve for the first set. And Pavlyuchenkova is serving for the match against Preston, making quick work of the Australian. Oh, a double fault now from Collins. So another break point going the way of Dollarhide.
does feel like with Collins, sometimes if she's doing pretty well and then there's maybe a little bit of a, whether it's a loss of concentration or a loss of belief mid-match, it feels like the serve is the first thing to go a lot of the time.
With Anisimova yesterday, she wins the first set 6-4. I think at one point she had a double break advantage, but in the end she just eked over the line in the first set. In fact, she might have had just one break advantage, but she'd go up a break, then get broken back by Zheng, and then she'd go up a break. And in the end, she needed a break to get over the line. And I think at the time, Nick and I were saying, yeah, it's just a case of how long can Anisimova keep this going. And Ghosty was like, oh, what do you mean? Is it a fitness thing or is it a concentration thing? And it was like, well, it's kind of concentration, but it's also law of averages in that, if you're going to try and hit 10 winners and your average is to hit 7, and in the first 10 occasions you try it, you hit 9, we're sort of just thinking that the next 10 will maybe be 5, if that makes sense, And it's kind of like that. And that is kind of in the end how that match panned out. It was always going to be a huge win for either player. Now Zheng can take that confidence further. But, for Zheng, it was like she could go out in the first round because she's got a horrible first round draw, Oh, a lovely down-the-line winner from Dollarhide, bringing it back to deuce. This feels like the third service game in this match where Danielle is just sort of, really being pushed to the limit. So even though that first set was 6-1, it didn't quite feel like a 6-1 set. Danielle, wonderful backhand. It's not quite an outright winner because Dollarhide just got a racket on it, but it was effectively a winner. Almost painting the line. She's got a game point. This game, by the way, is in its 11th minute.
Oof. That is a long time.
Yeah, it'll be a huge hold. Oh, I think she's just missed that one. It's deuce. But it was close. It'll be interesting if they if they show a replay, but it felt very close. And now we're at the 6 deuce. Oh, does she Brazy? Okay, so Bolter has lost the first set in the end.
Doesn't particularly surprise me, that one. As I said earlier, I've only really got Harriet Dart to go through, partly because I just feel like I've seen a lot more of Sasnovich in the last month than I have in the last 2 years, maybe. Just seen a lot more of her playing, and I've noticed that partly because of her incredible service motion. So I just end up realizing I'm watching her a lot more than I expected.
A Daniel Collins double fault means we have another break point for Dollarhide. Probably around about the 12-minute mark now for this game. Break point number 4. She's put the first serve into the net, so seems like a searingly hot day out there as well. Backhand return is decent. Backhand from Daniel Collins is pretty good too. Incredible depth there, but it's gone long. Okay, so it's back to deuce. Incredible depth. Well, too much depth from Dollarhide. Incredible depth. It will add 3 meters out.
That's the depth we're looking for.
Yeah. So we've got deuce number 7.
Super strong service game from Kokkinakis to love. takes us to a tiebreak.
Okay. Danielle Collins puts away a short ball, so we've got another game point for her. What will happen first? The tiebreak that you're watching will be concluded, or this game, as we enter the 14th minute.
Oh, just a terrible volley from Tsitsipas. Absolutely awful. Immediately mini break to Kokkinakis.
You know, a feeling, especially if there's a sort of a heavyweight or a seed in with pedigree in Stefanos' case. And we're going to have another deuce after an excellent return from Dollarhide. Helped set up a forehand winner, so it's back to deuce. But more significantly, if you've had the break advantage and it's gone from you, as it has in Kokkinakis' case, you sort of feel as though the person who's come back into the set is the more likely one to win the tiebreak. But I see Kokkinakis has made a good start.
Yeah, it still sort of feels like with his service games, the last two just being a little bit more comfortable. For me, it still feels like Kokkinakis has just got more momentum, just because I don't think Tsitsipas would have wanted this to go to a tiebreak, even though he's got back into it.
Gotcha. Yeah, very good
but
start.
Kokkinakis just served I think two aces, but it might have been one ace and one unreturned.
Yeah. To the rally here. That time, the depth from Dollarhide was perfect, and it forced the error. Forced the error, and we've got another break point. I think it's the fifth one of this game for Dollarhide. Is it Dollarhide? Dollarhide? I can't be far off, but I could be adding a syllable.
I used to think it was Dollarhide, and then somebody corrected me to Dollarhide. But I don't know if that's actually true. I just believed them blindly.
What is for sure true is that we're into the 16th minute and we've got break point number 5. And it's going to be a second serve for Collins.
4 love to Kokkinakis in this tiebreak.
Taro Daniel and Jordan Thompson are setting a break up in their particular matches. Danielle Collins should save this break point, and she does with a backhand put away. So, deuce. An hour and 3 minutes this match, and 25% of it would have been this game.
That's mad.
Mm-hmm.
Tsitsipas has finally got a point on the board. With a decent second serve, but Kokkinakis could, if he keeps his serve here, get 5 set points. Getting ahead of myself.
Unreturnable serve by Danielle Collins, and we are now at game point for her. 16 and a half minutes now. An unreturnable serve here, and we'll be at less than 17 minutes for the game. But pretty much anything else, we will be entering the 18th minute. But she gets an unreturnable serve because it's an ace down the tee, and Danielle Collins holds after 9 deuces and almost 18 minutes.
Big roar?
Actually, no. I think she was just so fatigued. There were big roars at various other points during that game, but by the so it was actually 16 minutes 46, so it was almost 17 minutes. By the sort of 4th or 5th deuce, the sort of relief, if there was relief and excitement, had sort of drained from her a bit. That actually Danielle was just sort of gritting her teeth and looking towards the sky when she would occasionally save some of those break points, for example. Now, of course, the pressure very much on Dollarhide, having had those break points in that lengthy game. And the return of serve from Danielle means love 15. But a really good first serve there from Dollarhide, 15 all. Oh, is that a little cat, Kira?
It is. She is desperate to come in. She's scratching at the
Ah.
door quite insistently. Bless her.
Okay.
Kokkinakis has made it 6-1. So it's
Wow. Wow.
incredible serving. Incredible serving. Sorry, it's just when I've just been saying incredible serving, and then Tsitsipas hits a serve with incredible depth, shall we say?
Okay. Yeah. Yes, that's a new phrase that's been coined today.
Incredible depth.
Yeah. That slice from Dollarhide is going to go into the net, so it's 30 all on her serve.
Tsitsipas has served well, though. He's made it 6-3.
Okay, so over to you, Kokkinakis. And that backhand return from Daniel Collins is going to do enough damage to help her get a break point now, 30-40.
Six 4. Kokkinakis likes to keep us on our toes.
Dollarhide, good serve there to help her save that break point, so we're at deuce. A lot of games here going to deuce. But Collins ends up winning them. That's been the difference, basically. This is turning into a pretty special rally, and it's one that Daniel Collins is going to win, so she can have a break point. It was a special rally from the minute that Daniel Collins misread the first serve from Dollarhide, but in the end, Dollarhide didn't do enough to punish her. And in the end, it was unusual. It was Daniel Collins that was sort of hanging in the point. And Dollarhide just couldn't put it away. So we've got a break point again here for Danielle. First serve is well wide. Ooh, Tsitsipas.
Yeah, Kokkinakis has lost both of his serves.
6-1 he led.
Brilliantly was serving.
Double fault from Dollarhide, and we've got a break for Daniel Collins.
Felt inevitable after that insane hold.
Yeah, exactly. Still a set point here for Kokkinakis, but it's on Tsitsipas' serve, isn't it? So
It is. Yeah, they're just in a pretty long rally. Oh, he's put the pace on that forehand, though, and Tsitsipas puts it in the net. Big roar from Kokkinakis. He's taken the first set.
The Nasi had 2 hurdles to overcome in that set. I mean, obviously having the break and seeing that go, I think at around about 4-3, something like that, it went. But possibly even more so. I mean, his heart must have been in his mouth going from 6-1 to 6-5.
Absolutely. And he looked really really frustrated when it went to 6-5, but he just sort of took a bit of the pace off in the rally on Tsitsipas' serve, and then put a load of pace on a forehand, totally caught Tsitsipas off guard. So, yeah, really good. And fun fact, the only other time these two have played each other is the 2021 Australian Open.
Okay.
And that was also first set 7-5 in a tiebreak to Kokkinakis.
Okay, but Tsitsipas went on to win that one, didn't he? Because I think Tsitsipas got to the semis that year.
He did win on to win that one, but it was 5 sets, so it was a long one.
Actually, 2022 Tsitsipas got to the semis. 2021, I'm not sure actually. 2021 would have been a final between Medvedev and Djokovic. Djokovic beat Karatsev, I think. And Medvedev, don't know who he beat in the other semi.
I think he beat Tsitsipas.
He beat Tsitsipas in 2022, definitely, because that was the one when there was the father talking and the small cat comment. That was 2022. He might have beaten him in 2021 as well.
I think he did in the semi.
Yeah, might have done. I just don't remember it.
Oh yeah, I've just had a quick look. It was.
Yeah. So it's back-to-back semi-finals in Australia between Medvedev and Tsitsipas.
That was after Tsitsipas had beaten Nadal.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Yeah, it was straight sets, this one, I see, for Medvedev. There you go, Steve. Yeah, small cat was brilliant. I think I saw Medvedev talking about that. Somebody asked him about it somewhere, somehow, and he just spoke about it quite recently. So Daniel Collins now leading 6-1, 3-2 with a break. Yes, I was going to say the last half an hour. Well, it probably was the last half an hour if you think about that almost 20-minute game. But even just the last 2 or 3 minutes, we had big moments in this match, but also the Kokkinakis-Tsitsipas match, which will, I think in this match may well be decisive, but there's a long way, of course, to go in the Tsitsipas-Kokkinakis match.
Yes, I'd have thought so. Have you spotted the Sara Errani score, by the way?
I have now. Now you've alerted me to it. Yeah. Wow. Books are winning 6-3. Then Sara Errani win the second set 6-love. And Errani has a break point on the books to serve as well. So 6 games in a row. Errani is on a streak at the moment. She's looking to make it 7. Bolter's up a break at the beginning of the second set against Sasnovich. And Kruger and Shang is also a bit of a bizarre scoreline. 6-love, 1-6 at the moment. And then 2-all in the deciding set. Muchova is up a set and a break now on volley nets. Nerland is conspicuous by his absence. Felix is down. What's his situation? I know he's down, but I can't tell you much more than that.
Yeah, Felix is he lost the first set 6-2.
And it's on serve in the second.
But it's on serve in the second, so
yeah. This question about what's happening with Felix, that could be, of course, a generic question, like in the last 2 years, or it might be just today. Dollarhide has some break points here. Oh, but Collins is going to save the first of the 2 with an excellent serve out wide that helped set him up for an easy volley. Bolter leading 3-love now in the second set. And another break point comes and goes, so we're back to deuce. Pavlyuchenkov is through 6-2, 6-love over Preston. Volley nets has 2 breakback points on Muchova. And Thompson now has a 2-sets-to-love lead over Lestienne, and Taro Daniel has a 2-sets-to-love lead over Schoolkate, keeping up to date with all things tennis from New York. incredible defense from Dollarhide there, but still Danielle should have put that forehand away, and she's put it wide into the tram line. So it's another break point here for Dollarhide. She's had 2 in this game already. Here comes the third. And again, Danielle Collins is finding herself in a fight on her serve.
Kokkinakis at 15-30. So just a little bit of a problem here on his first service game.
Oh, and Dollarhide has broken back.
Oh.
Ghosty, it's a bit complicated, but because they were legislative elections to elect the prime minister rather than presidential ones, that's why he's... That doesn't mean I necessarily agree with what he's doing or what he's saying, but that's the electoral system in France. Tick that box for today. Give me one on soccer. It's a lot easier. Ghosty. And we are now back on serve, and we're going to see a racket smash of sorts from Danielle. I say of sorts because it was one that didn't actually do damage to the racket. 3-all. And 15 love for Dollarhide. Kokkinakis serving first, I see. It's not plain sailing at the moment for him on his serve.
No, Tsitsipas has actually got a break point. Kokkinakis has just scooped that backhand wide.
Oh, we've just seen an incredible net cord go the way of Dollarhide for 30 love. I mean, she's in all sorts of trouble in that point, and even if it cleanly goes over the net, I think Danielle would have dealt with it to some extent. We're seeing what I believe are some expletives coming out of Danielle's mouth, not in a code violation manner, sort of just can't believe her misfortune. And it's 30 love to Dollarhide.
Oh. Kokkinakis has put his forehand long, and Tsitsipas has an immediate break in the second set.
Wow. Complexion changes in tennis coming thick and fast at the moment. Maybe 15 second serve here for Dollarhide. We know how those second serves were going in the first set for her. Not very well at all, but we'll see about this one. Of course, what it does is it puts her under pressure. I remember seeing a double fault from her a game or so ago, and I think that double fault was just because she knew how much trouble she'd be in on the second serve. Anyway, we're into the rally here. We're seeing Dollarhide slice and slice again, and Collins grows frustrated and puts a forehand into the net. So it's 40-15, 2 game points for Dollarhide. Jordan Thompson has a break point to put himself in an incredibly good position regarding a place in the second round. First serve from Dollarhide goes long. Prolonging and, of course, postponing the Naomi Osaka-Yelena Ostapenko match. Oh, that return is just going to be too good, though, and it's 40-30.
Little bit of anger from Tsitsipas here. He's love 30 on his own serve after the break, and I don't know how to describe that anger. Nothing too. Maybe you're just petulant.
Okay.
But a little bit of a tantrum. But
Okay, a little tantrum. Little Stefanos tantrum. Things not
But
going
only a
his
small
way. Okay. And that forehand was not the perfect position to put it in for Danielle, but I think she should win this point. Yes, she does. Deuce. The midday sun appears searing for both players at the moment. Just 1 second. Doorbell again.
Two break points for Kokkinakis here at 15:40. I'm a little bit ahead of the scoreboard. Very sorry.
Tranquilo, se passa mucho. Es que alguien baja, necesito el Back again. How's Tsitsipas doing with Kokkinakis?
15:40 now. So 2 break points.
I mean, just because of his name, Sean, I'm 99% sure that he is. But so is Nick Kyrgios. So it doesn't always mean that you're going to be best friends. Although I know Stefanos and Nick, the relations have thawed somewhat. That Daniel Collins return was just too big, and therefore we're at deuce.
Tsitsipas has put a forehand long, so Kokkinakis gets the immediate break back. Very pleased.
Kokkinakis bounces back, Ghosty. So you're going to have to change your puns now. I might have asked you this before, and I'm saying that just because I asked this to various different people on the Talking Tennis channel. Are you a coffee drinker?
Not really. I have drank coffee, and I do occasionally, but not regularly.
Not with great frequency. Tea?
Yes, with great frequency.
The classic English sort of, as they call it on the continent, breakfast tea. In other words, something like a PG Tips with a drop of milk.
Indeed, yes. Probably have about 5 of those a day.
Yeah, when I'm in the UK, I can certainly, if I'm at my father's place. For those of you wondering, by the way, Dollarhide held serve. Yeah, when I'm at my father's, I'm in that category, just because it's like kettle on, you know. Yeah, sure. The first one makes sense. And the second one's like, yeah, why not have another one? And then, yeah, come the end of the day, you've had 4, 5, or 6. But then I won't have one for 6 months. When I'm here, you can get the tea. It's not, you know, inaccessible, especially online. But occasionally, I have a craving. A couple of weeks ago, I was with a British guy at work in the office, and it's like, oh, I just want a cup of tea right now. But I bet I haven't had one since December. Probably just because I haven't been in the UK since then. Yeah, but I'm more on the coffee side. I'm trying to cut back on the sugar and the milk. So if I get a takeaway coffee, I'll try and have it with half a milk is the German word. Is it maybe soya or wheat? One of those sort of healthy milk.
Yeah.
You know, hipster things. And I don't have it with sugar. If I'm at home and I'm making a coffee, I will put a bit of sugar in it. Yeah. Ghosty, I bet you're a coffee. I bet Ghosty's an espresso, double espresso guy.
That sounds about right. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, there's no messing about with that guy. It's Cubans. You know, there's no cigarettes. It's Cubans or nothing. Champagne and caviar or nothing. It'll be half-pounder burger, not a quarter-pounder. It's kind of Ghosty. I feel like he's an all or nothing kind of person. completely, of course, have no idea. I don't even know Ghosty's real name, and yet I'm already imagining what he's consuming. Very good, Ghosty. Very good. But no, it's not. So, Muchova has a match point on volley nets. And the Buxa-Irani match has calmed down a little bit, as has the Zheng-Kruger match on serve in the deciding sets. Collins here. I'm pushing the shot clock a little bit, but I think because of as I say, the temperatures for both players. I remember seeing a point end a minute ago, and within seconds of that point ending, I saw the shot clock already ticking. Now, of course, that's because the server obviously asked for the ball. But I was thinking, boy, I think they might need a little bit longer today than normal. A moon ball from Daniel Collins helps settle her into the rally. Drop shot from Daniel Collins. Don't very often see that combo. But it's helped her win the point, 30-15. The moon ball was decent. The drop shot actually wasn't, but Dolehide didn't punish her.
Kokkinakis has struggled a little bit on this service game, but he has a game point now at advantage.
Okay. Muchova has gone from match point up to break point down.
Oh.
Return of serve long from Dolehide, and it's 40-15 Daniel Collins. She'll be desperate to have a comfortable hold. Yeah, Kokkinakis steadying the ship after going down an early break. Thompson has 2 break points. And Daniel Collins does end up holding, so it's 4-all. Next up, of course, on this court is Naomi Osaka against Yelena Ostapenko in arguably the most anticipated of all the first-round matches.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, surely.
Yeah. If you put the sort of biases and memories of Kenin and Raducanu aside, probably on the men's side, it might be, at least in terms of people watching a lot of tennis may have been particularly excited by the Kokkinakis Tsitsipas situation with, I think, just very difficult to call. I mean, Shelton team had some interest, which is why we did a watch along for it yesterday, but it wasn't much related to the doubt over the scoreline. It was more obviously just to see team play his last Grand Slam match.
Just noticed we haven't mentioned Iga yet. She's halfway through her first set.
Oh, I feel free to watch whatever, especially if the Iga match becomes exciting. It might not be, of course, but I don't know how many.
She's currently a break up for 3, but it looks like they've each had a break, and now Iga's broken again.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how many screens you have available to you. I have 2 potentially, but I'm only using 1 at the moment.
Same here.
I could use my phone as well. In fact, I'm probably going to have to leave this room to go in another room. And when I go in the other room, I will just watch the remainder of this match on my phone. Ghosty, it could be, but even then, it might be kind of interesting. You know, if Penko just plays lights out and wins 2-1, there will still be some interest to it. It's not quite the same as watching Djokovic Albot. Because even when let's just say Penko wins the first set 6-1 and she's 5-2 up in the second, you still sort of don't know. So, and you're also probably excited about certain other aspects to the match. There are other matches that are 2-1, let's say, that are less exciting. I mean, the Coco Gauff Penko match last year, I remember at the US Open was something like that. I think it was like 2-1 for Coco or something. But you still sort of didn't really know at 4-2 in the second set or whatever it was. It was like, well, if some of these shots that Penko is just missing by a centimetre or two, if they just land in, then suddenly this whole match changes very quickly. And we saw, obviously, last night a match change incredibly quickly between two very different players.
Felix, by the way, is now 2 sets down to Jakub Menšik.
Ooh. Ooh, so, I mean, as I say, I wouldn't call it a shock, but it's just sort of gets your attention. You know, it's, you know, Sakkari obviously retired injured, but if she just lost in a regular fashion, we'd still be like going, oh, you know, it's another one, and it's one of those ones that you look out for, and it's one of those ones where you think could well happen, and again with Felix losing, it's one where you're like, well, I think a first round exit for Felix. A smash from Daniel Collins goes into the net, and Dollarhide holds for 5-4, and now she's whacking the handle of her racket against her thigh. Mustn't do that too much. And anyway, Daniel Collins is going to serve to stay in the second set. It's been a pretty crazy second set for a multitude of reasons, not least that 18-minute or 17-minute game. And when she held and then broke, we just thought, yeah, I think she's just going to get over the line now. But no, Dollarhide has done great to get back into this. Hi, Ashley. Please do hit the like button. Everybody watching right now, we've got 16 people watching on YouTube. That means I want to have at least 16 likes. This is when somebody in the chat says, oh, we got 20 already. We might not have. We might have 10. I have no idea. Yeah, exactly, Ghosty. That's the point. So even if Penko or Osaka, who's not exactly a slouch when it comes to aggressive tennis, I think even if they are missing, it's still like, well, you know, just land a couple of those in, and we're taking off. So that's the difference between, yeah, you know, you could give me a Casper Ruud French Open first round, and I love Casper, but I could look at that and go, yep, Casper's winning that in straight sets. And you see the scoreline later on, and it's 2-2 and 2, and you're like, yep, that's how I thought it would go. Whereas this one has the randomness of being any scoreline, as I said earlier, from a straight sets easy win for either player all the way to a third set tiebreaker. None of those would really shock me. So that randomness, I'm okay with however it goes in. And therefore, it won't be a dud. That's what I'm just sort of coming back to. Tsitsipas Kokkinakis is very tight. I see 2-2 in the second.
Yeah, both are sort of getting chances on each other's last 2 service games, but nothing coming of it.
How's Iga getting on?
(5-3) by the looks of it.
Okay.
11 aces for Kokkinakis so far, by the way.
Oh, wow. Daniel Collins here serving to stay in the second set. (4-5) to the net on the first serve, which is a double fault. My bad. Love 15. Iga's played 60 matches already this year. That is a lot. Probably helps explain her comment that she made in a post-match interview the other day. She's got a set point, I see now, though.
Tsitsipas with 2 break points. Kokkinakis serve. Just a few slightly wild shots from Kokkinakis have brought this about.
Love 30 now on the Collins serve. So Dollarhide is 2 points away from winning this second set.
Wow, that felt very unlikely a little while ago.
Muchova's won in straight sets. Thank you for the update, Swarner. It did feel very unlikely. And she's going to have 3 set points after Collins dumps a backhand into the tram line from a neutral position. Rakhimova has saved that set point. Daniel Collins goes down the tee. It's a good first serve. Unreturnable. 15-40. I did not put her in the final. No, Ghosty. I would love it. I would love it, as Kevin Keegan once said. But no, I don't remember where I had her going out. But it's fairly early. Collins in charge of this point, but she's going to have to do it again. And again. And again. But she does. 30-40.
Kokkinakis has saved both those break points. Good backhand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was one of those where, Collins was just putting away, not quite winner after another, but that's exactly what it was. It was like almost a winner, almost a winner, almost a winner. And with each incredible bit of feat of defending, you were worried for Danielle, but in the end, she saved it. And she's got one more set point to save. And I think she's going to do it. Yes, she does. Cool as you like. Great serve down the tee. And then she just patted it back over the net and Dollarhide couldn't run it down. So we're back to deuce. 3 set points saved. How big will they be? And again, though, Daniel Collins on serve is going to deuce. But this time she'll be relieved to do so. Rakhimov has saved or held serve, so Iga's going to have to serve that one out. Unreturnable serve, is that? Or did that clip the nets? No, it's a clip the nets. I think it's going to be a... Oh, no, did land in. So it's advantage Daniel Collins, so she's got a game point.
Kokkinakis has saved that and got the game from 15-40 down.
Big hole.
Pretty poor returning from Tsitsipas. I shouldn't laugh, but it did make me laugh.
Yeah, 3 aces, but 9 double faults. It goes to yeah. I mean, I do think that is a lot of double faults, but it's also because she's having to serve a lot. You know, I don't know how many service points she's played. She puts an incredible backhand winner away, and she levels it up at 5-all. But she's probably hit 100 serves today or more because she's just going to deuce so often. And I mean, if there were 9 deuces in that game, the one that went 18 minutes, yeah, 3, 6. She probably hit 30 serves in that game, and therefore, law of averages says you're probably going to hit a couple of double faults in there. Anyway, big hold, as you said, there for Kokkinakis. So over to you, Stefanos, at 2-3. Thompson is a double breakup on Lestienne. So Thompson and Daniel are in a race to see who can finish their match first. And Thompson is in charge of that particular race at the moment. Just had to listen to a voice message from Mario. Nice of you to mention Ugarte, Nerlan. Nerlan all over the soccer news as well as tennis, it seems. In fact, I wonder if Nerlan's soccer knowledge is actually above his tennis knowledge. Sometimes I wonder if Nerlan even watches tennis. Maybe he doesn't even know what it is. He decided to posit his power rankings yesterday, and when I looked at it, I was thinking when he mentioned the first 5 players, I thought he put them in the wrong order. Yeah. Anyway, School Kate is a funny name, Ghosty. I agree. It looks like a very easy one to pronounce. It's got 2 fairly common words or names in the name, and yet I just feel as though I want to say School Gate rather than School Kate every time.
I wonder where that comes from.
Dollarhide here at 30.15. And now 40.15. Yeah, that first set for Daniel Collins was 6-1, but it wasn't a 6-1 set, if you know what I mean. It was super close. Dollarhide just couldn't hold serve every time, she would threaten to break Danielle. Danielle would be in those lengthy deuce games that I highlighted, and she just couldn't get the break. And then was immediately under pressure on her second serve in particular. And suddenly it was a 6-1 set. But it's been a pretty crazy match so far. She's got a game point here at 40-30. The net on the first serve. School Kate for me, Brazy. Duckworth I'm familiar with because there's a cricket term involving the name Duckworth. So I've been hearing that for a long time. Kira, I'm just going to change rooms, so I'll be gone for about 60 seconds.
No problem. Kokkinakis is just 30 all on Tsitsipas serve, so a little bit of a chance for him here. If anyone is watching the Tsitsipas match, I have to say this because I keep noticing it. And it's not just this match. But has anyone else noticed that when he wins a point and he doesn't want to really properly celebrate, Tsitsipas sort of does this little skip jump after winning a point as he's walking to the next point. I don't know how to describe it, but just keep an eye out for it if you are watching this match, because it's sort of making me giggle every single time. And yeah, School Kate is also a stranger name to me because I had a Mr. Duckworth when I was at school. Thank you, Ghosty. Making me feel like I'm not just seeing things. There is a little skip when he doesn't want to, when he thinks he's a bit too cool to do the full celebration. Stunning backhand from outside the court there from Kokkinakis takes us to deuce. And if Kokkinakis could break here, it would be a good bit of scoreboard pressure. He'd be serving for 5-2. Just keeping an eye on that Collins score while John's not here. It looks like Collins is serving to stay in this second set at 5-6, and it's love 15. Advantage Tsitsipas after a ace. And immediately follows up the ace with a double fault. And that second serve didn't even clear the sort of bottom half of the net. So back to deuce. Oh, I'm so glad other people have noticed this this Tsitsipas skip. Thank you so much. And you see Skull Cake, you keep thinking cool cat. Love it. Now I'm going to start pronouncing it like that.
I'm back. But what have I missed in the Daniel Collins match? Because that was getting at a pretty crucial juncture.
It looks like she's struggling a little bit on her service game at 5-6.
Okay.
And Tsitsipas has managed to hold in the end, so it's 3-all.
Got to find the right court on my phone. Louis Armstrong. Arthur Ashe, no. Eagle on the first set.
Yes, 6-4, so she held to close it out.
Okay, I think I found it. Hey, Dave, do hit the like button. And I've got a set point on my screen for Dollarhide, I think, at 30-40, after Collins errs on the backhand side. So, set point, Dollarhide, to force this into a third set. Oh, and she's got it after Collins goes long on the forehand side and Dollarhide punches the air. 7-5. Wow.
Wow.
Collins did not look like a happy camper really during that second set. And she's going to have to steady herself for the third. Okay. There's a comment here for aim for both of us in a way from Nerlan. Danielle, yes. Yeah, no comment. Good idea. Collins taking a bathroom break. In that set alone, 7 double faults, but really, like I say, she was just having to serve so many serves. But Daniel Collins, 30 unforced errors in that set. Yeah.
Sorry. There's something about when Tsitsipas misses a backhand like really badly that really gets me. But that was a really strong service game from Kokkinakis. He's held to love, put the pressure right back on Tsitsipas.
Yeah. Jordan Thompson has a match point in probably a match that for anybody who's been watching it probably feels like has never really been in danger from the moment Jordan took an early advantage. Lestienne 30-40. The Frenchman probably just wants to be put out of his misery. Tara Daniel stays two sets and a break up. Lestienne has fought back though and has now got a game point in that particular game. And Tsitsipas Kokkinakis on serve. As you said, Iga won the first set 6-4, but she is 1-love down in the second. And other matches currently going on. Irani is a breakup in the third, leading 5-3 over Buxa. Katie Bolter's leveled things up, winning the second set 6-2. So Bolter and Sasnovich and Daniel Collins and Dollarhide are at similar junctures, as is Saville against Shibahara as well. All three matches just at the beginning of the third sets. And matches that have already completed, including wins for Pavlyuchenkova and Ponce earlier. I imagine this... Oh, Muchova has got over the line. Actually, I think I saw somebody say that in the chat earlier.
Very poor backhand volley to start the game from Tsitsipas. Love 15. You're right, Ghosty. Tsitsipas does look incredibly warm.
Sorry. Okay, I'm back. Daniel Collins is yet to return to the court. She's got 2 minutes in which to do so, according to the countdown clock. Can Mensik close this out? JK92 asks. Well, I haven't been watching that match, but I'm guessing from your comment, is he up a break maybe in the third?
Yeah, he's point off 5-2.
Wow. And he's got 5-2. JKA92, if you are new to the channel, please do hit subscribe. And even if you're not, you can still hit the like button. Nerlan suggesting that Iga is struggling with the speed of the court.
Got a
Danielle
break point by the looks of things.
Oh, break point, did you say?
Yeah, to Rakimova.
Oh, to Rakimova, okay.
Also
and
a break
Kokkinakis.
point to Kokkinakis.
Yeah. Okay, Rakimova has a break point.
Tsitsipas has saved that one.
Okay.
And Iga's saved the other one. Tsitsipas has attempted what I think is his first serve and volley of the afternoon and has just about made it work.
Okay. Daniel's been back on the court for a few minutes, but it is another minute or so before they actually get things underway. And when we do get underway, it'll be Dollarhide to serve first in this deciding set.
I've been watching the Katie Bolter Sasnovich scoreline go to juice a lot of times. I don't know how many, but they seem to be really battling out in the first game of the third set.
Okay. I think in terms of, Ghosty, if I've understood your question rightly, I think you mean in terms of when we see the cameras going on the celebs, right? Yeah, I think the US Open seems to either attract more or the cameras get drawn to them, but Wimbledon's not far behind. Whenever there's various celebs in the crowd, the cameras sort of pan their way. And I think London and New York kind of lend themselves a bit more to Hollywood and theatre and those kind of celebs, probably more than Paris and Melbourne do, which is why we get to see them a bit more, because the Hollywood stars may not have the opportunity to pop over to Melbourne, whereas popping over to New York is probably a little bit easier for them. So yeah, if that's the question, which I think it is, that's it. I don't mind it too much. It doesn't bother me. I saw a bit yesterday when on Ash last night, various celebs in the crowd. But I'm not angry about it. Like I think some people get bothered by it. I'm fine. I can see them, and then I just get back to watching the match. But it's not a US only issue. I mean, or US Open only. I mean, Indian Wells for sure happens quite a bit. Again, proximity to Hollywood, and then Wimbledon. We tend to see them plenty as well.
Same at Monte Carlo, actually.
Yeah. Again, Monte Carlo lends itself and you've got the film festival in Cannes, which I'm guessing is not too far away. 7-minute service hold there for Katie Bolter. How's Iga doing, by the way? She was having to save a break point, wasn't she? Oh, she lost. Go on.
Yeah, no, she saved that. And she's now 30 all on Rakimova's serve.
Yeah, I can see that. Just putting a bit of pressure now on Rakimova.
Jakub Menšik has 3 match points on Auger-Aliassime's serve.
Wow. Yeah, perhaps doing it in straight sets will add to the sort of headline-grabbing nature of that result. I do remember when Felix was a prodigy, Ghosty. I don't want to quite put the death knell on his career in that manner, but I understand the temptation. And Thompson has got over the line. And Taro Daniel has lost his break advantage that he had in the third set. And in fact, Schoolkate has a set point. We have an interview somewhere in our vault with Schoolkate, but it might have been made for members only. If it is for members only and you desperately want to hear from what Schoolkate had to say at Surbiton earlier this year, feel free to click the membership link that is pinned in the live chat. No offense to Schoolkate, but I don't think he's someone that's probably going to gain us 10 members after I said that. But I could be wrong. Either way, Schoolkate won't care one bit because he has won that third set. So they're going into a fourth. I wouldn't be surprised if Damien has got something to say about that result, JK92. I wouldn't be surprised if he's been watching it. And he might, it's not guaranteed, he might be joining us. And if he does, I'll make sure to get him to answer that question. But it is certainly a standout result for me, if only for the manner in which he won that match. It looks like you've got a break point for Stefanos.
Yes, 30-40. I was trying to tell if that last shot was in or not. I couldn't get there, but yeah, one break point for Tsitsipas here.
Collins and Dollarhide are back underway, and Dollarhide held serve in the first game, so it's 1-love to her. Collins serving at 30-15.
Oh, that's an incredible break from Tsitsipas. He Kokkinakis was totally on top of that rally, hits a brilliant forehand out wide, and Tsitsipas just manages to get a racket on it. Looks like it's going long. Kokkinakis sort of tracks it back, but doesn't expect it to drop in, and then has to sort of try and get it back somehow, and Tsitsipas puts away the smash.
Indeed.
So he will be serving for this second set.
Yeah, Collins 40-15. And she's held serve. Yes, she has. One game all. So a couple of fairly comfortable holds for both players at the beginning of this deciding set, which is away from the narrative of the first two sets when neither could really hold serve comfortably anyway. And it looks like Damien is about to join us, either to see Stefanos Tsitsipas win a second set, or perhaps if he watched Jakub Mensik dismantle Felix, he can answer this question from JKA92. Just whenever you're ready, Damien. Do you want me to bring you forward, or do you want to? You can do it yourself if you want. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. So was I supposed to answer the question from JKA?
If you're in a better, I've been watching Daniel Collins, Dollarhide. Kira has been watching Tsitsipas, Kokkinakis, and so the question is also a broad one as well. Is that a highlight win for Mensik?
Sorta, but to be honest, I don't think he needed to play that well. Even he was just fully comfortable from start to finish. Between Felix just spraying his forehand a lot, a lot of these breaks were just literally him, I don't know, hitting forehands into the middle of the net. And also the fact that on return, he had zero arguments to win any point with Mensik. Of course, the Czech is a pretty good scrambler as well. Great movement on the defense. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a highlight win because he didn't really need to do anything special. It's more, the sort of the takeaway here is going to be more Felix and how well he's getting some form and stuff. And he comes into the US Open and does this, which, that was a rough performance. I can still credit Mensik to an extent, of course. I mean, obviously, he is a player who, I think maybe even in terms of raw potential has more of it than Felix. But yeah, I mean, today can be just a very nice way for him to start the event, take over the seeded spot of Felix, which I think is pretty decent. I think the draw after this is pretty okay for Mensik as well to maybe go on a run. But I don't think he was pushed. I think he was just fully comfortable from start to finish.
Eager now a breakup in the second set. You guys are going to sail the ship home one way or another. Damien, at any moment, may have to leave anytime between now and who knows when. Kira's with us for another 45 minutes. Am I right, Kira?
Yeah.
Cool. And as and when Damien has to leave, if it's in the next 45 minutes, Kira, are you okay to just sort of sail us through till 7 o'clock your time?
Yeah, that's no problem.
Cool. I'm going to go and prepare a few bits and bobs, but I won't be too far away. And Damien suddenly at 8:15 or 7:15 might have to end the stream, and that is fine. But basically, I think we're pretty clear that one or both of you will end up ending this stream in the next hour or so. But yeah, take care, guys.
So later there's no one coming, or
Matt can come, but he can't get here until about 9 o'clock our time. So there will be a period when you're on your own. And Damien, if suddenly you've got to leave, just say, guys, that's the end of this stream. We'll have another stream later on, which we will have another one later on. Yeah.
That's what I'll do. I mean, hopefully it won't come to that, but yeah, we'll see. Sean, I think at any point we may be left with no commentators. I mean, if we're left with no commentators, then we'll just end the stream. And there was also something, well, hello, Nurlan, of course, as usual. How many hours of sleep did I get? Around that mark, Brazy, I think. We'll see how this night is, but around that mark, probably. I was hoping for more, but I don't think I went to bed until like 7 a.m. So
Couldn't do that.
it is what it is. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be able to do that either, but I was doing the Tiafoe Kovacevic live stream with Vanch, and like that really keeps you awake.
Yeah.
Somehow, like just barely. Oh, and I see there's a certain development in the Tsitsipas Kokinakis.
Yes. Tsitsipas has just taken the second set, 6-4. Sort of back and forth the whole set, but he did look pretty comfortable by the end of it.
What, Nurlan? Have I ever thought about transitioning, as in like genders? No, I haven't. Unless that's not what you mean. Transitioning to the net, I do think about it sometimes, but usually it doesn't end up too well. Thoughts on the Nishikori Cruz win in Como? Yeah, not really much either. Like, I don't think he was ever like shining with his natural talent or anything like that. Vincent Ruggeri just was left with like nothing to grasp at. But it's going to be a super fun second round, regardless if it's Kovalik or Basilashvili. I was watching Tsitsipas for a bit as well, but then I kind of had to switch to other stuff. And I guess that's also what I'm going to turn on right now after Menchik has finished. Navone also pretty close to securing a very rare off-clay win. Maybe I will catch a bit of that just to know how that actually, can even up, how is it possible?
How's he managed it?
Yeah. I mean, like, I can understand, he's playing Daniel Altmaier, so it makes a bit of sense, but... technically still doesn't own a point that he's earned on hard courts or grass courts. I mean, he has 10 points from Wimbledon, but it's questionable whether he earned them or not. I mean, he earned them via getting to Wimbledon rather than actually being there. Rather than actually winning a match or doing something there. Ooh. And yeah, I hear that John was talking about Collins against Dolhide. I haven't been following that at all, but it looks like it's into the third set, which is pretty interesting already. The last Grand Slam event of Daniel Collins, so...
Yeah, of course. I think they're on serve at the moment, 1-2, but there have been a lot of breaks in that match so far. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same in the third. And I said at the end of the first set between Tsitsipas and Kokkinakis, it was the exact same score as their meeting in Australia in 2021. 7-5
Sorry, that's me, I think. Okay. Yeah, no, okay.
And because Tsitsipas has won this second set 6-4, it is still the exact same score as their only meeting.
Was it like Australia? 5 sets or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't remember that much too well, to be honest, but I know it happened. Dan Evans also starting, kind of trying to save his career. I mean, it's true. I mean, I don't know. I really have no idea what his calendar is going to be like after US Open. Like, if he loses in the opening round here, does he just sign up for challengers until the end of the season? I don't know. He hasn't signed up for anything in the week of September the 16th or something like that. That we already know. So who knows? Maybe this is actually one of the last appearances for him.
He will have known that though when he decided to play with Andy Murray in the Olympics.
I think so, yeah. I think he just knew he wanted the medal. That's really it. Like, I mean, go after the medal rather than try to skip the Olympics, play Washington. Definitely a guy who's been like peaking in some of these team situations before. So
Yeah.
I don't think the decision was fundamentally wrong. Like, even if he went to Washington, what are the guarantees that he's going to defend like even half of these points? He would have to make the final to do that. So I think he was very much aware. Just we're gonna see if he's still willing to grind it out or not, or if he's just gonna give up on it a little bit. Well, I mean, I've only seen a few points for now, but Navona seems pretty comfortable against someone like Altmaier. He's attacking, he's dictating. Probably the low point of his season was losing to Giles Hussey at Eastbourne, but otherwise, I mean, some of the opponents that he's been losing to, they've actually been pretty tricky, like Fritz, Draper, Lechechka. So yeah, it's not like he's been getting easy draws. Some interesting Felix discussion in the comments as well. Doesn't have the fangs, says Dave. Sean thinking that he has to be a more attacking player than sort of what he was going for with an all-rounder with perfect technique. It's definitely not too creative, Dave. Yes, that's for sure. And when he had a performance like today, there was no plan B. That definitely is also true. Timofey Skatov as well up a break in the third set on Huet Hurkacz, but of course it's still a long way back. We know that the Pole likes to drop early sets in majors. And Navone breaks. I mean, I don't know if this means much in this encounter. Probably not, but this is looking nice for him. This might actually help him out to get this one win. Like, it won't totally end the discourse about him being top 30 or thereabouts without any hardcore grass results, but it would be nice for him to have this win.
It's got to help, surely.
Oh yeah.
Strong first service game from Kokkinakis to make it 1-0 in this third. In terms of whether I think this Tsitsipas match goes to 5 JKA, it wouldn't surprise me at all because it's Tsitsipas and it's Kokkinakis. So it's like both together, 5 sets feels pretty likely.
Yeah, I think so too. And it kind of feels like Tsitsipas is just playing someone tricky every week. Like, maybe it's just not really that. Maybe it's not bad draws. It's just, so many players right now on tour, they're kind of like power hitters. And maybe everyone has a good matchup against Tsitsipas simply. And it looks like a very tough opener. And from what I watched, it was also like that. I mean, Tanasi almost blew that first set tiebreak from 6-1, but
Yeah.
the outcome, of course, in the end was what matters. And Stefanos also hasn't been past the third round at the US Open. Hurkacz hasn't been past the second round. So these two out of the top players, they've been really struggling here. I guess Runa you can also count, but hasn't had as many attempts.
I was surprised that Kokkinakis has only ever won one match at the US Open. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess generally his results are a little underwhelming, like compared to where we think, or like what we think of him and where he's placed on the sort of like potential scale for most people. Some of his results definitely are a bit tough to understand. I think it's Wimbledon at the US Open where he hasn't been past the second round, and just once in New York. I don't know. I have this theory that like recently he kind of started taking things more seriously. I remember in this interview he gave around like Cincinnati where he said that, well, look at how tough my qualifying draw is. I mean, I have to raise the ranking if I want to like do something. And I don't know. He's kind of been playing better since. Of course, this win would be massive. He also beat a top 20 player and at Wimbledon, of course, but that was an even crazier match than what we've seen so far between the two guys. And also against Felix Auger-Aliassime, so, well. Who would have thought that the best slam for Felix this year would be Roland Garros?
Surely nobody. Not me.
Actually, all of his results, like big results this year, were in clay, right? I mean, Madrid, Roland Garros, and Olympics. Yeah. Maybe the fourth place at the Olympics. I mean, I don't know if it qualifies as a result, but I should. Especially for Anna Karolina Schmidlova, it definitely does. For Felix,
Yes.
yeah, it does as well.
And he got his mixed doubles consolation bronze.
Oh yeah, that's definitely massive. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Especially at an event like the Olympics, where you have no prize money, no points, like any medal. It doesn't really matter which category it is, which discipline. It's what you go for, and if you don't do it, that's kind of the fail. And here you can still at least get points if you like reach the fourth round, the prize money. So yeah, the Olympics just becomes a bit of a binary system. You either won a medal or you didn't.
Yeah. Just having a look elsewhere, I see Sara Irani, who me and John were talking about earlier, has managed to get it done against Buxa.
What was different about that Tsitsipas game a few years ago when he was winning more? I mean, on clay, he's kind of never really dropped it. On hard courts, what's that different? Tough to say. I mean, he didn't have a slice there either. He didn't have a return there either. So maybe, it's just everyone now has the perfect blueprint on how to attack him. And maybe the era is also changing a little bit. There's less variety involved on the tour. There's more just power-oriented players. Everyone can hit big. Everyone can target these weaknesses. But certainly it's kind of quite worrying for him that on the hard courts he just cannot really overwhelm people anymore. At the US Open he's never had a round though, so in that sense, not much has changed. Maybe this will be the first, maybe not. It's a crazy point here, and Navona is running like a madman, and eventually he manages to play one more passing shot, and Altmaier's volley is going to be long. So it's 2 breaks up now in the 4th set. So cue the tweets, guys. Mariana Navona is about to win a hardcourt match. And actually, I think gain points on hardcourts just for the 2nd time in his career, as in 2020 he had an ITF quarterfinal, but after that, just didn't really play it at all. But, he's not hopeless. I mean, Coria is winning hardcourt matches from time to time. Or any other Argentinian, really. Like, Baez, of course, has even won a hardcourt title. He's not fundamentally that much worse. Well, than Coria, he should be better on hardcourts, I think. So.
Breakpoint for Tsitsipas here. Oh, and Swan has asked us who our picks are to win the US Open. Me and John talked about this right at the beginning of the stream, but that was 2.5 hours ago. I went for Novak and Sabalenka.
Yeah, I'm kind of boring as well. Sabalenka for sure. Yeah. And I think I went Alcaraz maybe. But yeah, it's kind of like there are 4 favorites, maybe even 3 on the men's side, and maybe 5 if you want to include Daniil. And like anyone outside of them winning is pretty shocking. Sinner, Djokovic, Alcaraz, they seem to be pretty similar, like in pretty much the same tier. And yeah, on the women's, there's kind of like one relatively clear favorite. Nothing is ever really clear in the best of 3 format, I guess, and on the WTA side of things. But yeah, I didn't. There's Cincinnati. She looks very strong. I don't know if I really buy into Swiatek beating her if they meet. So yeah, gotta go for her, I think. I did have some crazy picks in my semifinals, though, which
Me
one
too,
of them
actually.
was Iria Hečka.
Hečka.
Iria Hečka.
Amazing. Okay.
And Paula Badosa as well. Yeah, that was my other.
I have Paula Badosa.
Wild. Yeah. I think Badosa is reasonable. Hečka isn't.
Yeah, my other unreasonable one is Avanesian.
Whoa. When is she playing Khaled Maya? Is it today or has that happened already?
I don't think it's happened already.
Okay, yeah. I don't remember the results, so probably it hasn't happened yet. And then where did you have Avanesian like reaching? What sort of boldness
semi-final.
are we talking about? Semi-final. Holy hell. I like that. Yeah, I mean, I think that's even better than the Hečka. I think that's better than the Hečka.
Oh, no.
The Hečka is... Yeah, it's not reasonable, but I can see the logic. Avanesian is wild. I like it. I mean, if it happens, obviously, you will be bragging about it until really the end of time.
But when she loses to Haddad Maia later, I'll never talk about it again.
I mean, yeah, after that, it's Soribes Stormo, Noel, Kalinskaya, assuming that Rybakina isn't going to be like 100%. Yeah, it's. I think I had Osaka maybe in the semis there, so I think I also went for someone bold, actually. But of course, Naomi is nowhere near Avanesian levels. I mean, she kind of is in terms of form, but not in the pedigree, so... But yeah, Avanesian in the semis surprised me there, that's for sure. I will try to tune into her match today now. I want to see how she looks against Khaled Maya. I mean, I can imagine how she's playing, She'll just be throwing in all these moon balls, and basically not every ball is going to be very different. But yeah. Khaled Maya definitely not in the best of form. And I see that Tanasi survived the tougher game.
He has just about. There's a few juices, but he did come through it pretty easily overall. He has, I think he's got the trainer out. Yeah, he has.
Still quite early in the match, unfortunately.
Just trying to see what he's working on. Both legs, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. I mean, if you're already onto the court, as a physio, might as well treat the legs, treat the neck, treat the arms. You've got 5 minutes, so whatever you can feel. And Navone 4 games to love up, so definitely cue the tweets. And also Virtanen up a set and a break on Alice. That's that section where, like, if the minor isn't quite fine, and we don't really know if he's fine physically, that one could get pretty open.
Oh, and Brazy just letting us know that Katie Bolter has managed to come through against Sasnovich, so she's done already better than I thought she would.
Must have been a pretty easy third set then, because last time I checked, they were like at the beginning.
Yeah, it was really sort of a battle before then, so she must have got it done quickly.
Oh yeah, 6-2, 6-1 in the last 2 sets. Of course, one of the saddest news, I guess, from one perspective at least, on the WTA today is that Shuai Zhang's losing streak is still on, even though she bageled Ashlyn Kruger in 20 minutes.
I really thought she was going to do it. I should have known.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, I really don't know when she's going to do it. It's not that much longer that she's going to be able to enter events like this. Of course, she might just play like a 50K somewhere and probably win a match. But yeah, I don't know if she's going to want to do it. I mean, she still has a decent doubles ranking, I think. So might as well just continue with that. But yeah, she recently beat that record of 21. And now she is at 23. So stands alone now. It's been, I think, since February last year that she still hasn't won. And here in the doubles, she's playing with Mladenovic, but they're facing Sia and Mertens. So one of the worst draws you can possibly get.
That's tough.
Yeah, pretty tough for the seeds as well. But yeah, we'll see, I guess, how that goes. But recently in the quarters in Toronto, recently in the semis in Palermo in the doubles. So she's still doing fine there. At least she has that, If it was like a singles only player, then that would have been brutal.
Yeah.
What? Tabilo didn't win that set? Okay, so Goffin is through in 3. Tabilo was 5-3 up, and I was like, okay, this is probably going 5 even. Like, the momentum was really shifting and stuff. But no, he lost the last 4 games in a row. So Goffin actually beats him in straights.
Wow. Fair enough.
That's the second time this year where Tabilo, doesn't perform the best mentally against a Belgian player at a Grand Slam. That's a very specific stat, but
it's very specific. But I appreciate it.
Gallery members Isoberg, Sidral Garos, definitely. There even he led 6-2, 5-2, I think. So he even got a set, but then after that, when he lost that second from 5-2, he was just done. Very quick first set to Alex Mikkelsen as well. He was demolished in that Winston-Salem final, but now looks like he is back to his best. And yes, it is a longer losing streak than Donald Young. Donald Young only got to 17. It's Vince Spadea, I don't know, whatever, however his name is pronounced. That was the record holder on the ATP 21. Donald Young only got to 17. I mean, only. It's actually pretty impressive to get to like 20 losses in a row on the main tour, because usually when you lose like 10 or 15 matches in a row, you're not going to have that ranking anymore. But I think in the case of Vince Spadea, it was like he had a very big run at the end of one season, and then he just started losing. So it was made possible. And Shuai Zhang had some protected rankings and stuff. Yeah. Oh, apparently Caroline Dolhide, says Dave, just tagged Collins with a passing shot. That's a play that Daniel used famously at Roland Garros against Iga Swiatek.
Yeah, Dollarhide's actually serving for the match at the moment, 30-15 up.
Oh, wow. That is not a great end to the Grand Slam career of Collins, especially given her season. But, I guess she was injured recently as well, third parties.
Yeah.
And Rakimova broke back with Swiatek serving for the match.
Yeah.
Nurlan is going for Alexander Zverev and Qin Wen Zheng to win the US Open title. Okay. That's also bold. I wonder if Qin Wen was also your pick before the Anisimova round one. Because I will have some respect for you, Nurlan, if you went for Qin Wen Zheng to win the title before that round one with Anisimova happened. If you are going for it after, it's still a bold pick, but at least she doesn't have like probably the most dangerous unseeded opponent in the opening round anymore. And 5-1 Navone. So yeah, this is very, very close now. I was still thinking that Altmaier, well, how does Navone win points against him? But honestly, they're just playing it like a clay match. Like if the court was orange, you would convince me that this is on clay. It's not like Navone is a very passive player generally on clay. Like he can definitely attack. He plays some pretty fast shots, especially of the backhand. Forehand, maybe he uses the pace of the opponents a bit more. But literally orange court, and there would be nothing weird about it. So I guess in that sense, it's understandable he's doing okay here. And 2 match points already for Navone. Hit this ridiculous forehand return on the first point, and now Altmaier kind of doesn't seem like he still wants to play.
And Danielle Collins is broken back when Dollarhide was serving for the match.
Oh, And I think Dolhide was 40-15 as well. And that's the win
Yeah.
for Mariano Navone. Huge reaction. Maybe he also really wanted that. Obviously, the last 4 months, he hasn't really been winning a lot. Only on clay a couple of times, Bostad and on the Olympics, I think. So yeah, he's back. Somehow he's done it. And for only the second time in his career, actually, he wins a match at an event that's not played on clay. In 2020, he qualified and made an ITF quarterfinal.
Who does he have in the next round? Do you know?
I will check. I don't think I was really looking ahead into his draw. I was more like, okay, yeah, it's probably one and done.
I could understand that.
Yeah. And it's going to be Evans or Khachanov. Let's imagine Dan Evans wins today. Maybe. Khachanov, a bit tougher.
Yeah.
Jack Draper starting against Zhizhen Zhang already as well. Up an early break in the first set. That's also one of the most exciting matches today, I think.
Looks like Schoolkate is really making Taro Daniel work for it. I saw Daniel was a breakup in the 4th set, I believe, and Schoolkate's got that back to 4-4.
I think he also might have been a breakup in the 3rd set. But
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he was 4-2 up in the 3rd, then lost 4 games in a row, and now he was also 4-2 up in the 4th. And well, could be about to lose 4 in a row.
Two more match points for Dollarhide on Colin's serve at 4-5.
Right, we'll have to switch to something then, and I guess I might just turn on this Otto Virtanen masterclass, apparently, as he's 6-3, 6-3 up on Quentin Alice. In the qualifying, he was kind of in his classic mode where, like, whenever desperation struck, whenever he was down a break, he would suddenly get this, like, massive boost. But otherwise, when he was ahead or when they were tight, like, he literally wouldn't do much. But, well, seems like today is a bit different. I will also try to rewind a bit and see what happened in the first and second set, maybe. From what I see, his stats are pretty crazy, but like 30 winners to 6 errors or something like that. But of course,
Wow.
I kind of to check out if maybe Alice wasn't moving to the balls or something like that. But, he's a player who could produce stats like this, though. If Mariano Navone was at 30 winners and 6 errors today, I would say, that's something is wrong there.
something
it seems-
fishy's going on.
Yeah, I would not be freaking out over these stats, but here it seems like there might be something to it. Otto, of course, already got a win at a Grand Slam this year at Wimbledon, beating whoever he beat in the opening round before losing to Tommy Paul. And Swiatek probably will have to play a tiebreak against Rakimova. Yeah, I don't remember who he beat. Jesus, Tommy Paul.
Purcell? Was it Max Purcell?
It's possible. I definitely remember.
I seem to remember that. I don't know why.
There was a Virtanen Purcell match because I remember their Challenger final, and then they in 2023, and then they played again this year, and it was probably there. Yeah, it was there, and it was a 6-3, 6-2, 6-2 win. So yeah, I guess that's why it wasn't too memorable. But yeah, you're right. It was Max Purcell. They were kind of emerging at like a similar time last year, and I think I remember kind of joking about both of them making Wimbledon round 4 in 2023, but well, that didn't happen, and apparently they played each other in the first round this year. Right, let's see what Mr. Virtanen and Mr. Alice were doing in the opening set. Just gonna watch some random games and points for now. Well, not random. I'll try to watch the breaks and stuff.
Kokkinakis has just saved a break point for Tsitsipas, so it's deuce at 3-all there. And Dollarhide has managed to get it done on Danielle Collins' serve, so Dollarhide is through.
I mean, it's a bit of a shame because just, that's sort of a wrap on Daniel's Grand Slam career. Doesn't seem fitting after what she's been doing most of the season.
No. I think it'll be incredibly disappointing for her, which is a real shame. But if she has been injured recently, which obviously we've seen is the case, then hopefully she can understand that that's probably why she's struggling.
Yeah, I think she pulled out of both Toronto and Cincinnati, so just had the one warm-up match against Erika Andreeva in Monterrey, lost that too. So I guess is she still on track to make like the WTA finals or something like that? She must be, right?
I don't know. I'll have a quick check.
Or at least she is still with a chance. That would be a good way to finish off, because like otherwise, what is she gonna? She's gonna wrap it up in like Beijing or Wuhan. I guess it can work, but the perfect way would be the WTA finals, I think. For the first time in her career, that would be.
She's definitely in with a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's currently number 6, just 2 points ahead of Jessica Pegula. So probably after today, she's going to be behind Pegula. But yeah, in with a chance, far from a guarantee at this stage.
Yeah.
Probably the top 5 are guaranteed, but I'd say after that, we've got Collins, Pegula, Navarro, Zheng, Krejcikova. Yeah, all of them kind of fighting for this spot. And of course, someone might just win the US Open. Like Elena Ostapenko. Elina Avanesian.
Exactly. She could rock it up there.
If Elina Avanesian wins the US Open, she might still not make the WTA finals. But yeah, I mean, she could win the US Open. Swarna, isn't it only a rule on the ATP? I think it's only the rule on the ATP that Grand Slam champions get in. I believe that Krejcikova does not have a confirmed spot, because I think on the ATP, I don't think the same rule is used on the WTA, but we'd have to check that. I don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Oh, you shared that screen. Okay, yeah, I didn't even see that that comment from John, to be honest.
No worries. I'm going to have to head off in about 5 minutes.
Oh yeah. I remember. Don't worry about it. I'll probably share it myself then. Is Gokal going to join the streams, Nurlan? I don't know. Not this one, I can tell you that. And I would assume that he's also not going to be watching Alcaraz Litu at 1 a.m. But, well, I'm not sure. Osaka Penko is going to be pretty soon, I guess, because someone said so. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Swiatek Rakimova still in that second set tiebreak, though, so that match is pretty wild. Skatov and Hurkacz as well in the third set tiebreak. Of course, yeah, just getting it done quite early would be good for the poll. And Daniel Evans about to claim the first set against Karen Khachanov. He's not done yet. He actually has a 4-0 record against Khachanov as well.
Wow.
There's been a thing over the course of Karen's career that like slice-heavy players tend to do pretty good against him. Just with the way that he grips the forehand. Sure, I'd still think that Karen's probably the favorite today, but yeah, his form has also been completely off, so it's not obvious.
Mickelson 4-1 down to Spizzeri as well in the second set.
I might have been, maybe I wrote off Elliot a bit too quickly there. Got a great win over Joao Fonseca in the final qualifying round. Looks like Alice is kind of just attacking Virtanen, and Otto is hitting like some ridiculously casual passing shots. He actually landed a one-handed backhand passing shot winner at 15-all in the 3-5 game in the second set. I don't think I've ever seen him make that before or even attempt that. So tells you he's feeling pretty comfortable out there today.
Yeah.
Marton Fucsovics, a bit of a specialist of that shot out of the two-handed players, or Tsonga in the past. And yeah, in the second set, Virtanen had 14 winners and 1 unforced error.
That's pretty confident.
Yeah, I mean, partially it's definitely just the fact that on return, like Alice is pressuring him enough where his errors won't come into the unforced category. But on serve, I mean, it still means that he only missed maybe max 1 shot on serve. So it's still pretty impressive. How about these tiebreakers for the polls? Swiatek Rakimova 3-all. I think I have to turn that on, honestly. It's one of these Swiatek early round matches which I haven't really been paying too much attention to because, well, usually he just steamrolls. Not the case this time. Oh, it's actually 4-2 Rakimova? Yeah, I guess the scoring is wrong here. I mean, I just turned on the stream, so either on the scoreboard on the stream it's wrong, or the live scoring systems are wrong. I don't know. The US Open website says 4-2 Rakimova as well. So
yeah, no, it must be
in the tiebreak. 40 unforced errors already by Iga Swiatek. I mean, she's no Otto Virtanen, you know. And I see that Tanasi also has a pretty good shot.
He does have a break point, yeah. Oof. Tsitsipas gets that one all wrong. And yeah, Kokkinakis 5-3. So he's serving for this third set.
Well, 40 unforced errors or not, she does survive a pretty long rally here. So it's just one mini break for Rakimova, 3-4. Just kind of curious that the Russian didn't even go after that last shot. But anyway, she's still pretty close to taking the set, of course. Some people will be angry because Swiatek just, waved her racket to stop her. But they're showing they're showing some people in the crowd though that apparently weren't complying with the general etiquette. What is that reindeer? Is there a reindeer? It's probably not a reindeer. It's some sort of different animal. But there's an animal on the court on Arthur Ashe. It's possible that I didn't see a ball from that court yesterday, so that's why I'm now seeing it. But yeah, the range on the return is off. So 5-3 Rakimova. This is getting very, very tense. Apparently, we're the mixed doubles champs, according to Frila from Manila.
I think definitely not in tennis because I'm not very good. But you're a table tennis player as well, right?
Oh, yeah, we could definitely play that.
We could definitely play table tennis.
I've won a mixed doubles bronze medal once. It was a small event. There were like
Still?
eight pairs or something like that, maybe. But yeah, we kind of scammed it, honestly. My partner, it was like just a sign-up list at the event. I didn't know her, and she wasn't very good. There were 2 pairs in the event we like literally couldn't beat, but somehow we managed to get that done. I think we saved the match point in like the group stage, and that's how we survived and eventually got the bronze. Yeah, but it was pretty fun.
Yeah.
Especially helped me survive the disappointment of coming 4th in the singles event, as that was tough.
Yeah.
I felt like I had a real shot at the bronze there as well. And there were like real prizes for the bronze. I think there was like a voucher for a restaurant or something like that. So
oh wow.
I was really disappointed, but yeah, at least the mixed went okay. And yeah, 3 set points now for Swiatek. There's a net court from Rakimova. And I guess Swiatek is handling okay, but like Rakimova is actually defending and putting everything back. But yeah, just 2 more set points now. Made Swiatek hit a couple of pretty tricky backhands here, but for now the pole survives. I guess she also lost the opener in Cincinnati. I mean, a set in the opener in Cincinnati to Gracheva, but that felt very different with how she was dominating that match in a way that she hasn't really dominated this one.
I'm just looking back at some of the chat, and we just missed Ashley asking who our picks for the title are. I picked Sabalenka and Djokovic, and I believe Damien was Sabalenka and Carlos.
Yeah. 5-6, just 1 more set point for Kamila Rakhimova. And this is the one on serve. I think 3-4, Swiatek missed the return. Someone was just talking about the return strategy of Ben Shelton in the chat. It's not that much different with Swiatek. Maybe it's just an on-running thing. So, but yeah, I mean, you might expect her to miss an aggressive return quite a lot, actually. So we'll see if maybe this time she decides to go a bit more toned down and just wants to get this point one way or another. But yeah, this is the moment for Rakimova. This is kind of the moment of her career so far, in a way. Of course, some much bigger moments might come in the third set, but even this one was a little too big for her. She sprays that forehand long. So 3 set points saved by Swiatek, and after the changeover, we're going to have, pretty much 2 points away from either player. This situation has you can guys see is very dynamic here. I already had to turn on the light.
Kokkinakis has just taken the third set against Tsitsipas 6-3. Pretty strong from him. Tsitsipas didn't really have much of an answer.
I probably prefer the I formation in dubs. I don't really have a favorite formation in tennis doubles. I've only played it like 3-4 times maybe. So yeah, we were just play whatever basically. And well, it's another long forehand from Rybakina, who is really not doing that well here under that pressure. And Swiatek has a match point now on serve as well. So no excuses. Gotta get through to the second round somehow, even if this was far from an ideal start to her event. Gonna have to do it on the second serve. And well, she does it, but it's really Rybakina who gifted her the last 3 points, to be honest. But it is what it is. 6-4, 7-6. Iga Swiatek makes it into the second round. Much tougher than it usually is for her in the opening round of a Grand Slam, that's for sure.
I'm going to have to head off.
Of course.
But yeah, good to speak to you. And thanks everyone for tuning in.
Thank you, and see you soon.
See you soon.
Right, guys, so you're stuck with me for the next, well, we'll see how long, actually. We're supposed to have the stream until maybe like around 9 my time, which would be 3 p.m. New York, which is in 50 minutes. Matt is supposed to join sometime soon as well. I will share some scores for you in a moment. Actually, we still have scores from Kira, but I will just probably relieve her of that duty as well. And yeah, she has relieved herself of that duty now, so definitely I will do it now. For now, you can watch my pretty face. But just for a second, don't get too used to it. I think this is what I want to share with you. Hopefully, I'm not sharing any forbidden data from the US Open website. I didn't share any passwords and stuff. But yeah, these are all the matches going on right now. As you can see, Tristan Skulkate has a set point in the 4th set against Taro Daniel. Taro has had a lot of chances already to win that match, but so far he hasn't managed it. I will probably tune into Virtanen Alice now, although I will also try to keep an eye on Tsitsipas Kokkinakis, as I think that, of course, is one of the biggest stories going on right now as well. We've got Cocciaretto upset on Bindle. Dan Evans, after he had 3 consecutive set points at 6-5 on serve, now he has more set points in the tiebreak. We've got Matthew Forbes, one of the wildcards, the guy who won Kalamazoo, also on court at the moment. And what else? Jack Draper, so far handling Jian Zhang very easily. And, well, Caroline Wozniacki as well, over Nao Hibino. Pretty dominant so far. So far, I don't have to run, so we're good to go to just keep watching tennis, basically. That's what we're going to be doing. And after I finally turn on the stream, I'm going to probably watch Virtanen Alice now and see if it's going to end sometime soon or not. But yeah, as well, I'm going to keep an eye on Kokkinakis Tsitsipas. If you're watching any other match and you have any feelings, thoughts on that, of course, fire away in the chat. I will be glad to read any info, any content. In the meantime, also Hubert Hurkacz defeated Timofey Skatov, so these tie breaks for the polls, I guess, were somewhat simultaneous, at least to an extent. And yeah, who do I have, Osaka or Penko? I went with Osaka to go pretty deep, but of course this is rough. So Matt is to join in 50 minutes, and if the schedule doesn't come out before, we will stay live until around 11 p.m. Oh wow, bold of you to assume that I will stay live until 11 p.m. I was thinking I was joining for about an hour and a half, John. I'll think about it. How did the Polish kids do in the first round? Who do you mean? Just Kashnikowski or? I mean, when it comes to Max, I think he did fine. He was outplayed by Martinez, but he fought very well to keep himself in it. In the long run, I don't think he really had a shot at winning the match for the most part. But yeah, he managed to sort of keep Pedro on his toes all the way until the end. So I don't think he could have done much better. I think it was like a 9 out of 10 performance. 2 youngsters that qualified? Not really, no. Max only, and Kamil Majchrzak was as well in the final qualifying round, but that's not a youngster anymore. He's older than Hurkacz, I think, by about a year or like maybe a few months. And otherwise, yeah, no, not really. Otherwise, it was just Ninette, Frank. They lost in the opening round, and of course, Hurkacz and Swiatek prevailed in the opening round. But that's these are the regulars, right? So yeah, Thomas Mahacz about to win against Fabio Fognini, 2 match points presently, and he in fact has just clinched it. And Dan Evans is missing more set points, guys. This is brutal. Now it's actually Hachanov with a set point. I mean, obviously, if you're not winning matches, you might have some issues like closing out and stuff, and your confidence might be down in situations like this. So sure, I guess it's possible, but it would be very unfortunate for him to lose this set. And in fact, he just has, as you can see here. Mira Andreeva also up a set on Camila Osorio now. There was a long game in Alice, the 6th one in the third set. Alice was constantly under pressure, but he managed to survive. And now let's see if Otto can kind of stay as clean as he's been so far. Now a net court for Alice is going to give him a slight chance, as it's 15-30 now. And let me check in the meantime how many set points did Dan Evans miss. That was 5 in total, and 4 of them were on serve. So yeah, that's pretty brutal. 5 set points. Sometimes it's forgivable, right? Like, yeah, like 5 set points does not have to mean necessarily that you choked hard or something like that. But in this case, yeah, if 4 of them were on serve, and especially 3 were consecutive too, right? That also changes a lot. So. In this case, I think we can clearly say that it's also not the best mental effort from Dan, which, again, as I said a second ago, I mean, it's understandable. If you're not winning matches, where are you going to have that confidence from? Like, where are you going to find it? And Dan is definitely not on not on like a confidence high at the moment. Virtanen serving for the 4-3 lead. Nice forehand cross, and it's going to give him the point. Alice looking pretty yeah, I mean, on the defense, whenever he's stretched, he's just not extending these points at all. So maybe that's also helping Otto to have so many winners and so few unforced errors that basically any point he is ahead in, he's probably going to take it all the way to the end. And it's not been tough for him to generate that sort of pace and generate the winners. 42 winners so far for Otto, 9 unforced errors. So yeah, I mean, that kind of tells you everything you need to know. And yeah, speaking of Osaka Penko, I don't know if I finished. I kind of went for Osaka to go very deep in this event. It's a little bold. It's a little stupid even because, well, her form isn't there. But that clearly means that I think she's the favorite over Penko. Not by much though. Like it's really tough to say who actually is going to win this. Ostapenko tends to be a bit weaker against players who like can really match her pace and also who serve very well. Like she's one of the worst first serve returners. Obviously, second serve she's gonna like slap it and she's going to make it tough for a lot of players on second serve return. But it's very different on first serve actually for her. And Tristan Skulkate managed to get that to the fifth set against Taro Daniel, so he's close to securing his first Grand Slam win. He actually had 5 set points in the fourth set tiebreak before he managed to clinch it, but Taro didn't have an opportunity to win the match. However, he led 4-2 in both sets 3 and 4. So new balls in Virtanen Alice, as Quentin is going to be serving at 3-4, approaching the net, gonna get a pretty tough volley. The serve not doing all that much. Ending much like this, Virtanen Alice with 6-3, 6-3, 6-3, that would be something insane for Virtanen, I think. But let's see if he can do it. There's a good forehand here from Alice, but actually it might be out. Yeah, it is. So it's love 30. The new balls so far not helping the Frenchman, as Otto is both putting returns in play, but then also we have these somewhat wobbly errors. 84% returns in play from Virtanen on second serve return. That is pretty high. Of course, the first serve stats would be a bit more telling, I think, given how both guys serve. But that's what we got on the screen, so that's what I have to work with. Anyway, love 30, there's another second serve from Alice. He's also saying sorry here, which I think is related to a net cord. On second serve, Virtanen is winning 66% of the points. Alice just 44. I like this comment from someone under my tweet about Navone, where basically the guy says that they were both useless, and that's it. That's all the analysis you can get. Oh, this could have been very close to another sensational passing shot from Otto Virtanen, but he doesn't end up making that. But you can see how his number of unforced errors is so low. Like that sort of shot will not be treated as an unforced error ever when you're just trying to make a pass, like desperately trying to make a pass. So obviously this is related to it. I'm not saying it's not impressive to put up numbers like this, but it's kind of like if you're playing a serve and volleyer, right? If you're playing a serve and volleyer, your winners unforced error stats are always pretty insane because almost every single error you're going to make is going to be forced by what the other guy is doing. So, but at least, it's only on serve really here against Alice. Whereas if you're playing someone like Cressy, I mean, that's going to be happening on both serve and return. So it's a more impressive stat line, definitely, against someone like this rather than, let's say Cressy as an example. Ooh, now a net court helps Otto, and he's going to put the passing shot in play. So there's a breakpoint here, and this is a breakpoint that could literally decide the match. It's one of these virtual match points at 6-3, 6-3, 4-3. Alice barely got to it, but wasn't able to do much with that. I mean, just needed to lift the ball and basically gave Otto a free pass down the line. But Alice saves himself with a good serve out wide. At least for now. And that's another strong serve for Quenta. This time down the tee on the deuce side. 5 minutes in this game, but I feel like we've already had a billion points, really, because, well, most of them are just 1 or 2 shots. But that's what you expect from 2 players like this. And it's an ace down the tee from Alice as well, so he maintains his, basically he extends his life in this match. Giron on the Sinner case, whoever says he's doped, he's completely off the mark. Yannick wouldn't spend a single euro on pasta with meat sauce, let alone vials and Nandrolone. That does not seem like a real quote. Apparently, Osaka Ostapenko has already started, as Dave is saying there's a good hold from Naomi. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a real quote from Giron, guys. Ooh, and Jack Draper is just demolishing Zhizhen Zhang so far. I would have said that's one of the matches that's like guaranteed to be close today. Spitziri couldn't serve it out against Mikkelsen at 5-2. Now they're 5 games all. And Tristan Skulkate up an early break on Taro Daniel in the 5th. So this might be one of the comebacks of today. Yeah, going down a break both in sets 3 and 4 and surviving from the Australian. Vitanen with a nice drop shot to go 40 love. Looks like this game will not be too tricky for him. Still hasn't been broken by Alice today, despite 2 breakpoints. Let's maybe switch over to Tsitsipas for a moment. And there's actually a physio looking at Tsitsipas. I wonder what the issue is. I mean, he's grabbing him around the... I don't even know where. It's like the abdomen / hip / something like that. Maybe the stomach area as well. Somewhere around that, basically. It's a bit above the hip, I would say. But it's also a medical intervention, not during the changeover, right? It's a 2 games all. So clearly it must be bothering Steph quite a lot. I think he's trying to I think the physio is telling Steph to like breathe pretty heavily, and he's trying to monitor something. So it might be some sort of conditioning issue, actually. And what is happening? I think they will go off the court with him. Yes. No, actually, no. It's the physio going off the court. Tsitsipas is going to play. Okay, never mind then. Yeah, I don't know what that is about really, but we'll see. Tsitsipas getting a pretty good kick serve in here. We'll see how much he's actually hampered by whatever the issue is, and I'll probably just watch this game before switching to Alice Virtanen again, in the hopes that the third set will end there relatively quickly, and then I can watch Tsitsipas Kokinakis again. Thanasi finds the baseline with his return. Stefanos not too pleased about that as he shanked his forehand. I think he's looking at his box as well, kind of unsure if the ball was in, but of course we gotta go with the line calling. Double fault for Tsitsipas. 30-all. And well, Stefanos Tsitsipas looks like he might be about to bomb out of the US Open once again. Missing this forehand, Thanasi just kind of playing within himself right now. And well, hoping that Tsitsipas is going to get him over the line, which so far Steph is doing. Let's see. The backhand return from Kokinakis won't make it in play, though. Yannick Sinner and Mackenzie McDonald, as you can see, starting relatively soon. Jack Draper bageled Zhizhen Zhang in the second set in just 54 minutes. I mean, I'm assuming that Triple Z must not be feeling too well, given, yeah, it's just a very weird score, really. And very important as well right now. Of course, we have that Mikkelsen Spizziri comeback. Cocciaretto about to beat Katerina Bind. But looks like Tsitsipas might survive this breakpoint and this game. He's got Thanasi on the move and he's going to force the error. So 3-2 Tsitsipas, but this is looking quite dangerous for sure. The margins are very thin for Steph right now. And let's look at Otto Virtanen, who's 30-all at 5-all in the third set. Had that break point when he could have been serving for the 6-3, 6-3, 6-3 win. Didn't end up getting it, but there's still time. I mean, he's still so far ahead. just double faulted here against Alice, but once again he's got Quentin on the move, and that usually ends very poorly for the Frenchman. Just a nice combination of two forehands from Otto, really delaying that last stroke as well to see where the Frenchman goes, and then just playing into the almost open court. It's a smart play, actually. 40-15, he's going to have to hit another second serve, goes at the body of Alice, who gets a tricky return in play and is kind of dictating here, but is going to miss the slice wide. So 6-5 Virtanen now after the changeover. Alice will have to serve to stay in the match again. Things have not been going too easy, and Tsitsipas is again receiving some medical attention, so this is just becoming pretty rough for Steph at the moment. Maybe I will zoom in a bit on the scores that I have here, as it seems like they're probably not that... Oh yeah, this will be better. So yeah, Ostapenko, Osaka still on serve in the first set. Did Steph infect the physio? The heat appears to be taking its toll on other folks, says Ghosty. Yeah, it's always that combination of heat and humidity in New York that gets to some people way more than others. I mean, if ZZZ is down 3-6, love 6 to Draper in 54 minutes, then he's clearly not fit. I think we can agree about that something must be wrong there. Let's put on these scores, I guess, on our sort of default screen for now. And yeah, let's see, because Alice is love 15 down. Well, not anymore, as of course he's got aces up his sleeve, literally. He's got a lot of literal aces up his sleeve, that's for sure. But he'll need to keep finding them, as otherwise he will be in trouble in this one. And well, this is a double fault. This does not help his cause. Just 2 points away from the match now, Otto Virtanen, but it is on return. $49 winners to 11 unforced errors. That's where he is right now with these stats. Pretty insane if he can finish it off like this as well. Alice tries to go very hard at that T-spot there, but I think he just barely misses it. So a second serve again. He'll put it in at least. But Virtanen makes the return, and that's been enough to like really give Alice issues in this match, to be honest, for the most part. So yeah, that's 2 match points for Otto Virtanen. 2 in a row, but of course Alice is a player who can just kind of surf his way out of trouble a lot of the time. So it's not quite obvious yet, and in fact he's already done it once. Out wide to the Otto forehand. There's not much that the Finn can do. 1 more match point for Virtanen. This is probably the spot where like Alice will be trying to hunt the T serve. That's what he's been doing at least. And most of the time it's giving him decent results. Maybe he was going T, maybe he was going at the body. It's tough to say. But anyway, it's a second serve. So this is the clear opportunity for Virtanen. He's been really good at just putting his second serves in, asking Alice, what are you going to do? Second serve returns, I mean. Alice has him on the back foot, but it's nothing crazy yet. However, I think the Frenchman has just found the line. It's a ballsy move. Match point up, match point down here, but he finds the line and he gets to deuce. So not quite over yet. With 2 match points saved by Alice. Of course, in his style. Sinner, 2 breakpoints down on Mackenzie McDonald. Okay. Kokinakis, Tsitsipas as well. You can see where they are. Looks like Alice might get us to a tiebreak, having saved these 2 match points. And indeed, that's what he will do. Plays behind Otto here, wrong-footing him, and Quentin Alice forces the first tiebreak despite having to save 2 match points along the way. Tsitsipas Kokinakis at deuce after the tiebreak. We're definitely going to tune into that. And also Osaka up a break on Ostapenko serving for the set. Any other interesting development? I mean, Zhang is just getting completely blown out, which again, I think he must not, there's no way he's fit. Tristan Skulkate still up a break. Adrian Manarino taking a set. I mean, Manarino, since Indian Wells, he's won 1 match, and that was when he was 1-4 down in the second set double break against Stefano Napolitano. So, wow. Well, after these 2 match points he had just before the tiebreak, Otto Virtanen makes a double fault to begin the breaker. That is far from ideal. He also had a double fault at like 5-all, but then it didn't matter. But, in a tiebreak, maybe even 1 mini break can be crucial in a battle of massive servers. And he's also adding to that unforced errors stat, to be honest. So, what are you doing, Otto? You have to keep it up at such a good level so that I can put out the tweet then. But Alice is just so low on he's not low on energy. He's just not putting that kinetic energy into his shots, if you may. This was just completely decelerated on this backhand cross court, and that's a rough error from him. The type of mid-court shot that he should be killing. But he doesn't lose 2 points on serve. Alice now threatening to get the set on the board as he fires a very nice backhand cross-court return deep at Virtanen's feet. This would be a brutal loss for Virtanen if he doesn't get that much done from 2 match points up. Against Bisolic at Roland Garros, he was 4-love up in the 4th set, lost that set in the match. So I feel like it's still definitely not over. Well, especially now as Alice finds another mini break. So he's going to be 4-1 with 2 serves. Now this is a lead that the Frenchman should not be surrendering. Wow, pretty crazy stuff from from Alice here as well. He goes to the net. There's a half volley he has to like come up with very quickly. Just play it on instinct. He does. It's pretty much perfect. Pretty much the best he could have played it here. And it's 5-1. Virtanen very frustrated. Slaps his bench, I think, with the racket or maybe the bag. On the replay, I might tell you. Yeah, it was the bag or like some sort of article of clothing that was lying on the bag. 5-1 Alice now. And well, we are almost guaranteed that this will get a lot more tricky for Virtanen from here, as he is 1-6 down now. 5 set points. Had too much points, but not all that much to do on them, really. And from there, things have suddenly taken a turn. Saves 1 set point with a massive serve. Does it again on the second. This was actually up until 1-6. He hadn't won a point, right, on serve in the entire tiebreak. So it's already better in that sense, but and yeah, Draper 4-love up on Zhang. I mean, has to be something. Alice dominating the next point. Will he clean the line with the forehand? He actually won't. So it's 6-4. I mean, one more point for Virtanen, and I don't know, it might actually get more. It might actually get interesting. Still 6-4 for Alice. Still 2 more set points, but just one more on serve now. This was a nice kind of like grinding point from Otto. He just extended it to a point where Alice eventually missed the forehand just by a tiny bit. It was a very similar shot to what he landed on the second match point, was it? But Alice will take the set in the end. Virtanen is a bit lost mentally now, just throwing around his racket and stuff, but we'll see. He will need to reset towards the fourth set, but this was, of course, a big chance to end the match in 3. He didn't take it. He didn't really get a shot to take it, really, with how Alice was serving and landing these first forehands. So Zhang retired. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you see him losing in like 70 minutes. Indeed, he has retired. Mikkelsen up a break in the third set against Spizziri. Elliott had that big chance to take the second set, of course. There's more NTOs coming Tsitsipas's way. I think maybe that's what I'm going to move to right now instead of Ostapenko Osaka. Maki McDonald up an early break on Yannick, as you can see. All right, so after another brief physical intervention, Kokinakis and Tsitsipas are back. Let's stick to that one right now in the fourth set. All right, 30 love Tanasi here. Let's maybe also, I don't know if you guys actually know what's kind of the reason, what's happening to Tsitsipas. I actually want to kind of read through Twitter because, well, even though I saw the medical timeout that he had, especially the one not on the changeover, it was pretty hard for me to pinpoint what exactly is wrong. There's someone on Twitter who's just like spamming. I want to see more corruption at US Open. Sell Tsitsipas, whatever that is supposed to mean. I mean, I can guess what that is supposed to mean, but I think he didn't write it in the best way possible. Really, that's an interesting backhand slice from Tanasi to keep himself in the point, and he's gonna get it in the end. Yeah, someone else asking what exactly is the problem for Tsitsipas. Someone's surprised that Tsitsipas is gonna bow out in the opening round. I don't think he's been following Stefanos's US Open career. Yeah, that guy is very persistent. Earlier, he was also talking about Kokinakis faking an injury and winning, and now Tsitsipas faking an injury and winning. He's tweeting out the same stuff like 10 times, and it's not like under different comments. It's like literally, I don't know. Yeah, no one seems to know what exactly is wrong with Steph, to be honest. But well, yeah, I don't see any good info on it on the internet. So I think most people just like me just watched whatever was happening and they were like, well, something physical, but I don't exactly know what. But yeah, he's still in this, serving at 4-all. Maria Sakkari lost in the opening round with an injury to Yafan Wang. It doesn't look like Tsitsipas will be retiring, but he might also lose in the opening round. That's definitely somewhat imperfect footwork, I would say, from Steph, but he manages to get the point done anyway somehow. Don't give those trolls any air. Yeah, it was literally just the same guy, and I was just laughing about his tweets, really, rather than anything else. Changing the way we talk about Rune? What do you mean? That we shouldn't be mentioning him in the same sort of tier as Sinner Alcaraz? I mean, yeah, that conversation is kind of really brewing up. That's for sure. I'm not really sure what to think of it yet, to be honest. I think that, of course, I've been a big believer in Holger like ever since he emerged onto the tour. And I kind of don't want to stop. Like, I want to believe that he still will join the likes of that he will still join the likes of Sinner and Alcaraz and basically get to their level. But so far, it's not happening. And I think we are not far off that moment when we will have to adjust our expectations a little bit. Honestly, a perfect chance for him to return to where he, well, maybe not even was, but a perfect chance for him to return to just being in the conversation again was at Cincinnati. And the fact that he blew that match against Frances really sets him back. And of course, the loss to Brandon yesterday, that was just brutal. The way he lost, not the fact that he lost. So yeah, I think we're like half a year away from maybe Rune being perceived as a bit of an afterthought, in the sense that he will definitely like look to be more in the Zverev, Tsitsipas, Medvedev tier of tennis players, maybe even Rublev, Ruud tier of tennis players, rather than Sinner Alcaraz one. And it is what it is. Again, I'm gonna say that, and I think we are not far off from that conversation. Yes, because the excuses are ending, sort of. You've had him, of course, last year injured. Then he was kind of trying to return to where he was in the spring of 2023. And you go back with your thoughts to that spring of 2023. And you're like, okay, so the guy is, making 2 ATP 1000 finals, which is, of course, very impressive. And you're thinking, well, he's on the right track. The trajectory is perfectly okay. But then the whole season since, like, you're just kind of thinking it would be amazing if he returns there. He never really does. And he has so many matches when like the forehand technique issues are just really hurting him badly. Like, I don't know really about yesterday because I barely watched it, but against Brandon last year in Shanghai, against Marozsan in Miami, against Novak at Wimbledon, like the fact that his forehand was useless on the offense basically killed his chances in that match. And you kind of start thinking it will be tricky for Rune to get something sort of to like contend for big titles really, really soon. But again, then you think about Paris 2022, you think about all the versatility he has in his game, incredible talent, incredible potential. And you just have hope. But at this stage, we're really in the hope territory rather than I know he's going to get there. And I think that has already changed. That is something that then the needle has already been moved in that sense. That by now it's like kind of more a belief thing rather than actually, this guy's headed in the right direction, because he's so clearly not over the last year or so. And of course, Sinner also had a weaker year around that time where Rune was, for example, right? He dropped down to like 16 in the rankings. I don't know. With Yannick at the time, it was just clear that it's more physical than game-wise. Whereas with Holger at the moment, I think it's time kind of, the last few months, the physical issues have kind of disappeared for the most part. Then again, I guess you might think, okay, the French, he beats Zverev there, and what, does he make the final? Maybe. So he really needs a big result soon, and at this stage, like a big result is a final of a ATP 1000, for example, like he could have done in Cincy and wasted a perfect opportunity. So things are getting quite desperate, I think. Still quite early in the Sinner-McDonald match, but of course, you might be quite interested to know that Maki is up a break. Osaka as well up a set and a break on Ostapenko now. Andreeva pretty close to securing a win. Zarazua 6-1 over Garcia. That's nasty. And Tristan Skulkite will serve for the match against Taro Daniel. So one of the biggest comebacks of today might be about to happen. In any case, Kokinakis is 40-15 up. Going at that Tsitsipas backhand, he actually produces a pretty nice backhand block return, but shunks the forehand into oblivion, and it is what it is. 5 games all. Still quite open here. Still, we don't know who's going to take it. But of course, in a very evenly matched encounter, it's Thanasi who's closer. This feels so much like fans talked about Dimitrov a decade ago. Maybe. Personally, I don't know if I've ever seen Dimitrov as like a next major winner or something like that, but maybe at the time I did. I just don't remember it anymore. But yeah, a career like Grigor's, as well, it's a very strong effort. But if Rune ends with that, that's not exactly what everyone was figuring out for him and what everyone thought was going to happen to him. Yeah, the coaching changes have not helped, that's for sure. The fact that in his box in the last couple of years, I mean, we've had so many returns and so many people just kind of being there for a month, then disappearing, Muratoglu coming back and forth, basically. The mother as well, seemingly not getting along with everybody along the way. And yeah, it's not ideal, obviously. In many ways, he has a very strong support system, just being with the Muratoglu Academy for so long and kind of having everything set up for himself to develop the best way possible. But when it comes to like his individual coaches, yeah, it's been a mess, obviously. And it's a game that still needs to be figured out a bit, that's for sure. Just in terms of the ability to apply the best possible plan at a given minute. And yes, something that used to be very strong for him, as John is mentioning in the chat, that top 20, top 10 record, it's not anymore. Now he's not getting wins like this anymore. He's actually been like up until this event, really, he's been very consistent when it comes to winning his first round matches this year. But of course, getting slumped like this by Nakashima, that was not great. But he's not been consistent when it comes to beating the top guys. And that's something that early on in his career, especially in that Paris run, of course, 5 top 10 wins in one event, that's something that he was kind of famous for. And this is going to be a break point for Thanasi Kokinakis. He gets Steph on the move, and he gets that error. And gets another forehand error here. So, yeah, I mean, since the issues for Tsitsipas, whatever they are physically, I think Thanasi has done well to just play within himself, make sure that he gets a lot of returns back, make sure that he gets a lot of balls back, and Tsitsipas has been shunking on the forehand as well. So 6-5 Thanasi, and after the break, he's going to serve for the match. Would it be a big upset? Not really, but it's still relatively... it's a relative big story. I think especially when you combine it with the efforts from Steph over the years in New York. That's kind of where it really becomes a thing, that, well, once again, he cannot go on a run here. Last year losing to Stricker, 2 years ago losing to Galan, wasting 6 match points against Chorich in the third round of the 2020 edition, losing to Carlos in the third round of the 2021 edition. And Tristan Skulkate, as you can see, defeated Taro Daniel in the fourth set, in 5 sets. So yeah, crazy win for him there. Hello, Matt.
Hi, how are you? Enjoying the US Open so far?
Yeah, pretty much. Yesterday I stayed up almost until the end. I was doing Kovacevic Tiafoe here with Vanch, and it was a lot of fun. I think Well, anyway, never mind. But yeah, today so far it's just crazy as usual. I mean, so many matches, so many stories to follow at the same time. In fact, we will kind of just swap here, and I will leave in a moment. But maybe let's see if Thanasi Kokinakis serves it out against Stefanos Tsitsipas. I don't know if you were able to follow anything up until this point today or not.
Yeah, I mean, I've caught bits and bobs. I haven't actually watched any of the Tsitsipas match, but I think a lot of people are having that on upset watch. I mean, Tsitsipas, his record in this tournament is terrible for someone of his caliber, and I think Kokonakis is always a player that can challenge the top 10, top 20 players in the biggest tournaments. So yeah, I'm not massively surprised.
I think Steph is doing like some sort of a late racket switch just before this last game. Thanasi has to wait, but well, might not save him. He was also struggling with something, like he's had like 3 medical timeouts or like physio interventions this set, and it's pretty hard to say what exactly. Like they told him to breathe heavily. They were like grabbing him around maybe the stomach, hip area. It's tough to say, but yeah, doesn't seem like he's fully fit. But at the same time, yeah, as you said, it's just his record in New York. It's what's happening to him every time here.
I've been watching more of the Osaka Ostapenko match. It's been pretty good so far.
That's one that I kind of want to catch after
my connection is
stop watching. Yeah. I can hear. Oh, we have another person on the stream as well, apparently inside a train. Alex, that's funny about Taro Daniel Ugo Umber, I guess, in Cagliari. I was at that match live. Definitely an insane experience. I will turn off my screen sharing then. And yeah, Tsitsipas just 15-30 down now. So Thanasi just 2 points away from the match. Once it's over, I will leave you guys to it. Trying to reset with the slice as usual, but yeah, it's not working too well. 40-15. And 2 match points for the Australian.
Hey, Matt, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
It was easy to go as I was joining, as always, which is annoying, but
Yeah, don't worry. I'm here, so don't worry. Damien should be sailing off, I guess. He just wants to
And
see if
that's it,
Kokonakis-
yeah. Tsitsipas misses the backhand, and Thanasi is on the floor, really emotional about this win. I think this is the 3rd time he beats a top 20 player at a Grand Slam. Probably the biggest story, though. Earlier, it was Gulbis in Australia years back, and also Felix at Wimbledon, which, of course, was big for another reason, just the fact that he came back and saved match points, 4 of them, I think. But yeah, still a massive win for him, regardless of what was happening to Steph. And he will not get a run in New York again. And yeah, as John said, I will leave you guys to it. And see you later.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye-bye.
And by the way, Dave, Thanasi's nickname is the Cock.
On that bombshell.
Matt, what have you made of the Osaka match? Because I have not been watching, but
Yeah.
the scoreline looks good for her, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been watching it fully the whole time, but I think the main thing I'm seeing is the Osaka serve has been really, really strong and consistent, and that's been a big differentiator between the two. I mean, Ostapenko was going with her for a while, but then the unforced errors started to come in, and Osaka's unforced errors have been very low. I mean, I don't know what it's at now, but not long ago it was at 1 compared to Ostapenko's double digits, I believe, which is kind of what you get with Ostapenko.
Okay.
But yeah, it's been a really positive performance. And kind of the performance that I think.
Right. Who did you have winning this in your bracket?
Good question.
Who did you have winning this?
I think.
I know I had Osaka, so I
think Ostapenko, but I'm not. Don't quote me on that because I feel like I definitely went back and forth on it. But I could have a quick look.
Yeah, I know I had Osaka because I've got Osaka going deep.
Yeah, but Osaka's at 3 enforced errors and Ostapenko's at 19, and it's a big gap in that respect. But just as Osaka has chances for a double break, and she takes it, so now she's going to be serving for the match.
Wow.
Let me just have a look at my bracket now. I mean, I haven't actually looked at how well I've been doing, but I'm sure it's been depleted already. I know I was being pessimistic about Jack Draper, but he had a comfortable victory today. I think
Zhang did Zhang have a shoulder injury? Did I hear somebody say in the live chat? Maybe.
Yeah, I know he retired, and the second and third set were very one-sided. I don't think he actually won a game in those. Where am I looking for?
Evans is making it competitive.
Yeah, I saw that he blew. Well, I don't know. I didn't watch it, but he had multiple set point chances in the first set. I think he served for it and then had set points in the tiebreak as well. And I'm actually pleased to say that I actually chose Osaka to win this match, so I might be on the right side of history on this one.
I actually missed the set. So I saw things begin to unravel because she should have won the second set.
Yeah, I mean, I only caught a bit of that. I don't know if it's me or you, but the connectivity was a bit on and off. And I believe for whoever wins this match, which is looking more and more like it's going to be Naomi Osaka, I believe it's Karolina Muchova, which is it's a tough first and second round for Osaka if she goes on to win this, but she's definitely capable. I mean, I don't know if you saw the shot that Karolina Muchova hit in her win today. I mean, it was incredible. Behind the back, at the back of the court, and yeah, just got that sort of shot in her locker, and it was really amazing to see on the biggest stage.
Yeah, my internet is up and down. Hopefully it'll settle down in a minute. Yeah, I was just lamenting Daniel Collins' loss.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually on the internet front, but I heard you mention Daniel Collins, and yeah, I didn't watch. I think I watched the last few games, and I'm kind of surprised and not surprised. Obviously, she's only played. I think she played in Monterrey one match since the Olympics where she was injured. So it hasn't been a great preparation, but I think obviously she was up in that, and she'll be very disappointed. I know that there was a swift exit from the court not really wanting to have a big send off in what was going to be her last Grand Slam match.
Her losing is not as surprising. I thought it was a 60-40 in Danielle's favour, but the manner of the loss, having really had chances to win it in the second set, up a break, that's the bad thing for her.
Yeah, I mean, Ostapenko does have 2 breakback points in this game, but she's just hit the first one wide with a big wild forehand. But she just have another chance to get one of those 2 breaks back. I suppose a surprising score that I've just seen is Zarazua is a set on Garcia. Not been a great year for Garcia. Obviously, she's a former semi-finalist at the US Open.
Yeah, she has had a rough year, but last year wasn't great either. Ooh, 2 break points saved.
Now, yeah, back at Juice. This Ostapenko struggling to cope with the Osaka power, which is rare, and that is fantastic. Getting up. And at first one at the US Open, did she play in 2022 or was it first? Obviously, she missed the tournament.
Ooh, I think we've lost. We've lost Matt for now, but Matt will be back, don't worry. As we see Osaka here with a match point, can she get over the line? But yes, some headline results from today. This may well, perhaps top the lottery if Osaka wants to win, but Tsitsipas is out in 4 sets to Kokkinakis. Schoolgate came from 2 sets down to Taro Daniel to win 3 sets to 2. And Jordan Thompson threw in straight sets against Lestien. Looks like Matt is back. Hey, Matt.
Oh yeah, I don't know what happened there, but
Don't worry.
We're back at match point for Osaka, second. So it does feel like we're really near the end of this match, but someone obviously mentioned Yannick Sinner, who is currently facing points for a double break at McDonald, which
Wow.
not for the top seed.
Wow.
So playing him at the moment for other reasons, but cross court. Ostapenko goes down the middle. Osaka goes wide with a forehand, and back at Juice for a second time after Osaka had a match point. I suppose interesting as well, for some people, Manarino's on a bit of a losing streak, but he's currently a set and a break over Borna Coric, who really needs a win himself.
Yeah, Borna Coric against Manarino. I remember seeing that in my bracket and thinking, wow, one of these is going to win this match.
Yeah. It is amazing, the draws that tennis draws are. I mean, you get Osaka and Ostapenko, then I'm not going to name names, but you've got other draws that you just think, wow. But yeah, Osaka has it in a third match point. Well, it'll be third time lucky, though. First serve goes into the net. Second serve goes in. Ostapenko gets back in play, but Osaka swats it away, and she's won, and she looks actually very emotional after that. I suppose it's been a long journey for a 2-time champion in New York, and yeah, it's a big win.
Yeah,
it's a big win, and yeah, she's very emotional after that. It's nice to see her playing that well, because there's been signs
It is.
that
It is,
she's actually crying into her towel at the moment. So yeah, it means a lot, I think, this win. It's been a very poor North American hardcourt swing for Ostapenko. I'm not sure she actually won a single match. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's been good at all.
Yeah. No, Ostapenko, for me, I remember seeing her in Werash earlier this year. And yeah, it's been a rough 6 months, I would say, for Yelena. But listen, as you rightly pointed out, Naomi's reaction telling us just how much it means to her. And well, good for my bracket and good for yours, at least in terms of the first round. But
Yeah.
Naomi Osaka has got another big match to come against Karolina Muchova.
Yeah, I mean, her draw is a horror show. A horror show for, in terms of maybe her, but for us, it's great. I mean, like the popcorn matches just keep on coming with Osaka being in the draw, and it's really hard to call because like Osaka's come back for different reasons, but Mukova's had her injury trouble and is coming back. But it's just nice to see them both winning and on the biggest stage. I think maybe a lot of the emotion of Osaka probably comes from the fact that she knows this has been in the locker this whole year, and it's not really come out. And it's nice that she's produced it on one of the biggest tournament that she's been very fond of. I think she spoke about wanting to peak at this tournament and her return. So it must be I think a lot of it's probably relief that she's pulled that out of the bag in a match like this.
Yeah, definitely.
It's just saying on the screen, it's her first top 10 win in 4 years, which is crazy to think about.
Yes, it is.
She had chances to beat Swiatek at Roland Garros earlier this year, but to actually go over the line is another deal. And I've just seen Mackenzie McDonald has taken the first set against Yannick Sinner 6-2.
Wow, that is wow. Wow.
So I don't really think, I know there's been a lot going on with Sinner, but I didn't think that would happen. I mean, there's still obviously, he could win this in 4 quite comfortably, but
yes.
For anyone who's been watching this, I mean, I think I'll switch over to that match now, but anyone who's been watching this, is Sinner playing badly? Is McDonald playing well? Does Sinner look affected by injury, or does it, I mean, I think this whole situation over the past week has to have affected him in some way. I know he's been dealing with it for a while, but he's now got to face all the public opinion, and from his peers as well, and it must have been tricky.
Very much so, yeah. Listen, if he wins in 4 sets, we won't hear any more about it. If it's 5 or if it's a loss, then I think it will be part of the narrative.
Yeah, I mean, if Sinner loses this match, it's gonna, the headlines write themselves. Just as I note that Dan Evans is actually up in this second set tiebreak over Karen Khachanov. He also was up in the first set tiebreak, so it's hopefully he can put those worries to bed and go through with this second set and level things up.
Yeah, let's change the scoreline on here. But yes, so Kokkinakis winning in 4 sets is a remarkable result. Swiatek won in straight sets. It wasn't easy though for Iga to save some set points there.
Yeah.
Felix.
Yeah, that surprised me. I mean, I know Mantik's a good player, an up-and-coming player, but I had Felix going quite deep in my draw, so that's not been a good result for my bracket at all. As Sinner now steps up to try and make a good start to the second set after losing the first quite comfortably. I mean, 6-2, 2 breaks. It's not ideal for the 1-1. I'm just curious from anyone who's watching in the chat, is there any standouts from today for them, or from yesterday, last night perhaps?
I'm guessing you didn't see any of it, Matt. But
They're right in my
I
face
watched
now.
the match.
Yeah, there been any standout moments from anyone? Has anyone really impressed them, surprised them? Yeah, I mean, in the chat, Steelers' loss. I mean, I didn't watch some of that. 6-love, 3-love, and then to go on to losers. Yeah, it's told a story. And I don't know how that happened, but it's been another 4 years. It's really
Oh, Dan Evans has won the second set.
nice. Yeah, so I get a bit of redemption after the first set, having those set points and not taking it. Yeah, so Dave in the chat about Lulu soon retiring and going out early. Yeah, because she backed up the Wimbledon run, reaching the final in Monterey. But I don't know if maybe it was just too quick a turnaround or what. But yeah, I think it's always tough to retire in the first round of any tournament, let alone a Grand Slam. But hopefully, she's got many years ahead of her to hopefully have a better turnout. Yeah, another close service game for Sinner at the moment, 30-all.
Yeah, it was really rough for Sloane.
Yeah, and a break point for McDonald in the first service game with the second set.
Oh my goodness, yeah, break point now for McDonald. I mean, we can see a headline developing, but
yeah, I mean, McDonald has been a good player over the years, but I think he's had quite a rough year with injuries, and McDonald does get the break. Sinner going to the net. I mean, I don't know what's happening here. This could be a huge story. Sinner is one of the favourites coming into this tournament, coming off the Cincinnati title. All the headlines for other reasons as well, but yeah. The pressure is really on. I think the pressure was on anyway, but let alone it's going to be probably even more in his head now, because he knows what the conversation will be after this match if he does not go on to win it.
Mida Andreeva in a second set tiebreak. She's got 3 match points.
Nice. It's also interesting to see how de Minaur gets on against Marcos Giron. De Minaur's first match, only singles match since Wimbledon, I believe. Giron not an easy draw, but he does have break points for an early break.
Oh yeah, Lulu's son going out early, yeah. And that would have been a second round for Sabalenka.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't watch the match last night, but when I looked at the score this morning, I mean, the Sabalenka-Hon score was definitely closer than I was imagining. I was expecting to see some bakery items when I looked, but was closer than I was expecting. I don't know if Hon just played well or Sabalenka didn't. I know I saw Sabalenka quoted saying that it wasn't her best performance, so maybe that was more on her racket.
I think I was watching Djokovic at the same time.
Yeah. Nice volley there from McDonald.
Oh, Miranda was one, so potential fourth round, I think, for Iga is Mira.
Yeah, I believe so, which obviously was very close. I believe I commented on that match in Cincinnati. It was very close, but Iga just got the edge.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it is the best part about slams, the early round. There's so much going on, but it is so hard to keep up with it. I mean, I feel like it's so easy to miss things.
Yeah, definitely. Hi, Jake. What I've been doing sometimes, like I did last night, was as soon as I see a fifth set at 5-all, like Martinez, I thought, oh, I'll just switch over that one and see how that pans out.
Yeah, I think I did that with was it Eubanks of Rendiknesh? Yeah, I clicked that and saw the final set tie break, and it was worth watching.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's another one. It's been a rough year since his big breakout. Eubanks, an ace there from McDonald, gives himself a break, not break, but a gain point to consolidate that break. But yeah, the big talking point at the moment, Yannick Sinner, and he's struggling at the moment against Mackenzie McDonald. However, when they did just go to the net then, McDonald has been playing well from what I've seen.
Yeah, of course, Sinner health issues, but we're looking at a set and a half so far, so it's not like he's losing in the 5 sets like he sometimes does. Like I remember a year ago against Zverev when he was struggling.
And that's the thing, is that if he also loses this set, he has to go 5 and he's going to win it, and that's not going to do any good for his hip or any other existing health issues at all. He needs to really be
absolutely
doing this in 4, but he might have a choice if McDonald continues the pressure. Yeah, I mean, look at the stats. It obviously hasn't just been Mackenzie McDonald. Sinner has hit 16 unforced errors, which is very uncharacteristic.
Yeah.
First serve percentage is lower as well at 56%. He's only won 24% of his second serve points. But he is still going in this game. It's a juice.
How far did you have Sinner going in your bracket?
I think semi-finals. I think I had moved into Alcaraz, who I had going on to win the title. Alcaraz. I don't know if I saw him winning the title sooner. Maybe that's because of everything that's been going on. I'm not sure, but I do think the 5-set element also was relevant to that. I think I had a lot of issues. It's the same as Rybakina, I think.
Yeah.
Probably more so Rybakina. I just don't know if I could trust Rybakina to go through an entire tournament without an injury or potential illness, despite her having the level to win a Grand Slam. She's proven before.
This is turning into an interesting service game for McDonald.
Yes, it is game point, but back and forth from the two. But McDonald goes long, and it's juice. Brazy in the chat talking about Artifice and Lernatine. Yeah, that should be. It's intriguing. I mean, Lernatine had a decent week in Winston-Salem last week, reaching the quarterfinals. Feast, obviously, is definitely a talent and has shown some signs of that this year, not necessarily on a consistent basis, but we know what his peak level can look like. I think Teen was a finalist in the boys competition last year, so it's a bit of an upgrade. It'll be interesting to see if he can cope with the level and best of 5 format. But
Yeah.
flying into the net there from Sinner, and it's another game point for Mackenzie McDonald.
Garcia going to have to save 2 break points against the Mexican Zarazua.
It's just off the top of the net there for McDonald. And the back of Juice. Quite a lengthy game, this. Sinner's team trying to hype him up. He needs all the hype he can get, I think. It's a very characteristic performance so far. That serve was out from McDonald, so second serve at Juice. And that goes off the net, and it's a double fault, so Sinner does have a break point now. Really needs to be taking this. This is my lower back. Will Sinner be able to take this break? I think it'll be his first break if he does. Second serve to the board. Just coming, Sinner gets it back in play. Sinner goes down right in the middle, and yeah, this goes long with Sinner, and he hits it frustration. It's definitely not flowing for Sinner like it usually does.
Indeed.
We are back at Juice. Yeah, and that match you mentioned a minute ago, Zarazua is now serving for the match against Garcia. So I think Garcia is still seeded, so it's another serve at risk. But Mackenzie McDonald...
Evans up a break on Kachanov.
Yes, and McDonald hit another double fault there on Juice point, so it's gifted another breakpoint chance to Sinner, but will Sinner be able to take it? He's got a chance in the second serve. So he gets it back in play, going cross court, but it's wide again from Sinner. I mean, this is as poor as I've ever seen, in at least this year from Sinner. I mean, he's been so good on hard courts, but he can hardly really find the court when the rallies are going on. We are back at Juice. McDonald will be really conscious about not hitting a double fault as he has in the last 2 Juice points. The serve clock going down a bit, but he's just about in time. Second serve. That one does go in this time and into a rally. Backhand to backhand. McDonald goes to forehand, but it goes long. So Sinner has a third breakpoint opportunity.
Yeah. Evans looking to consolidate.
Yeah. Zarazua currently has 2 match points against Carolina Garcia. Rybakina has just got underway against Destiny Ayava, and yeah, Zarazua have beaten Carolina Garcia, so I think that's another seed gone.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a tough year for Garcia. A tough couple of years, really, like you said.
Yeah. I remember speaking to her once or twice in press conferences last year, and
she was pretty determined to turn around her form this year. She knew it had been a bad year, and she said some stuff off the court had been going on, and it was a time for a reset. But 2024 hasn't really been an improvement.
Yeah, there's no improvement there on breakpoint conversion for Sinner as he hits it into the net with McDonald approaching. I mean, I'm obviously not watching, but it's good signs for Dimonor, who's currently 4-1 up in the first set. His first match since Wimbledon. We'll say first singles match since Wimbledon at least. I think Adrian Manarino is approaching that first win in a while. Sinner has again another breakpoint. Surely he's got to take one of these. All of them have been on errors for himself. He did actually get a break in the first set then, but he's at 1 out of 5 for the match. So Sinner's actually been broken 4 times in this match so far. Will he be able to get us back on level terms in the second set? That's a deep forehand for McDonald. Still rallying forehand to forehand. And McDonald does go in the net and sort of does get the break back.
Wow.
1-1. I think it's a big break for Sinner.
Some of those double faults.
Yeah, it just felt like a bit of a let off for McDonald because Sinner was missing a bit there when the rallies came, but he stuck in, and now he needs to look and try and hold his serve. I mean, how many service games have there been in this match? I don't know, but Sinner kind of held serve hardly at all. I think he's held serve once.
Yeah. He would have. Did he break McDonald in one service game? Did he?
Yeah, he broke McDonald in the first. set, and the rest have been breaks. So he's held some 5 service games. That's crazy for world number 1. The first serve was in the net, so another second serve where he's not found much luck so far. He does get it in, and McDonald does give him a point because he hits it straight into the net.
Evans managed to get the consolidation, so that's nice for Daniel, or Danny, or Dan.
Yeah, it's a big match for him. He needs the win.
Yeah, I mean,
dropping down his ranking.
The points thing, obviously losing those Washington points after playing in the Olympics. Also, I think he's got 3rd round points here to defend. He did get injured towards the end of last year, which is one thing, though.
Yeah, so he will have chances possibly to get back in. Just to note, a former champion, Medvedev, has been broken in the first game against Dusan Lajovic.
Oh.
Early stages, but interesting. I don't think Medvedev won a match in either Montreal or Cincinnati, did he?
I think you're right. He didn't win either, yeah.
It's been a more hardcore season for someone who usually thrives in this part of the calendar, but yeah. But a double fault there for Sinner, his 3rd of the match. So we're at 30-15. And Brazy, the one he's keeping an eye out for, face team has just started.
Yes.
A better serve there for Sinner to bring up the game points. I mean, just to keep an eye on here, Arnaldi, I think a lot of people had him potentially having a breakthrough tournament, including myself.
Did you?
Yeah, I think I had him in the quarters, which maybe is ambitious, but
yeah. Damien has Lehecka in his semi-final.
Did Lehecka won, didn't he, yesterday?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's got he's a good player, but he's still kind of in the early days of his comeback as well. So it's whether he can keep that up for a best of 5. Sean saying that he believes Sinner and McDonald played a final back in the day. Yeah, I don't know what that head-to-head is. I'll have a quick look, which will probably crash my entire stream, but we'll risk it.
Guys taking the first set over Davis.
Yeah, it's a pretty good draw there for Callum Square. That being, yes, you're right. Sean, they played in the Washington final back in 2021. Sinner won in straight sets. Oh no, I lied. Not straight sets, 3 sets.
It's only 13 months since on his first title in Canada. Maybe in as well. And there was a bit of a thing, and that feels like a long time. Going and won't have the last third.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I didn't catch all of that. I heard the thing he said about Sinner winning his first Masters title in Canada, and then it kind of went a bit grainy. So, but yeah, it has been a rapid. For Sinner, obviously had a lot of potential, but he's kind of stepped up a level only last year, and even the hardcourt major in Australia. But his best result here is a rapid rise. His best result here, I think it's semis, or was it quarters? I know he had that amazing match with Alcaraz 2 years ago. But he's looking to put the pressure on the Madonna and go up a break for the first time in this set. And McDonald is now starting to hit the areas there at love 30. A bit more positive for Sinner. Yeah, it's a nice down the line backhand from McDonald, and Sinner can't get it back. There's not really a lot you can do about that when it's hitting shots like that. But yeah, I think Sinner's definitely reigned the errors in a little bit in the last couple of games. I think it was big for him to get that break back, because he could have been facing 6-2 love deficit. He's now up in this set, despite still being on serve. But he does now have 2 chances to go up a break. 15-40. But so now she's up an early break is Elena Rybakina against Destiny IR for the qualifier. Also going to take these break points. Really going down the centre, big forehand from McDonald. Sinner does get it back in just about. Another big forehand from McDonald, and Sinner can't get that one back. So break points as McDonald, but Sinner still has another chance. Just I said about Medvedev going down an early break, but here we are back on serve, and it's 2 on Lajovic, but on serve. So a lot of unknown in the US Open this year in terms of form and what have you. Both the men's and women's draws, and the US Open has tended to pull out the more surprising results, and that is a fantastic return from Sinner, and perhaps an oversight from McDonald, who is very frustrated and hits the net with his racket. And Sinner goes up a break in second set, 3-1. Starting to look more like the world number one again.
Did Yannick get the break? Sorry, I missed that.
Yes, he did. He's 3-1 now. Yeah, I'd just say McDonald very frustrated, hitting his racket into the net.
Yeah, those headline riders can ease off a little bit for now.
Yeah. So it's definitely playing a lot better. I was thinking McDonald and Sapor from as soon as I say that, but McDonald, I think his level has dropped a bit as well.
Yeah.
I think currently 2 match points for Adrian Manarino. I think it'd be his first win in 9, maybe 9 or 10. Just as we thought Sinner was starting to find his feet, it's love 30 on his serve. Still not so comfortable in his own service games.
Yeah, Dimonor got a set point.
Yeah.
Medvedev broke back, I see.
Yes, he's created 40 love as well on the second service game. But a big ace there from Yannick. As Dimonor takes that first set.
Yeah, that's good news for the Australian. Obviously, he's played 1 doubles match, I think, since Wimbledon.
Yeah. And to be honest, I actually wasn't really sure if he would play this. And I feel like I have noted that about this tournament. There hasn't been many withdrawals of players already in the draw.
Rusevori, maybe.
Yeah, I think Rusevori in the men's, I think, and it was Ons Jabeur in the women's, of course. But that was quite soon after the draw was made.
Yeah.
Because I was kind of keeping an eye on.
I tell you who can't buy a win is Botic van der Zandschulp as well.
Yeah. It's rough. Because he's got Shapovalov today, so both in somewhat need of a win, but I think Shapovalov has to be the favourite. I hope he plays with his draw.
Botic was a double breakup on Holger Rune in the Munich final, I think it was.
I remember that final. I watched it. Yeah. Brutal.
That was brutal, and it feels like that was the last time I remember Botic being a winner on the tour or potential winner.
Yeah. Sinner gone from love 30 to 40-30, so yeah. I mean, Brazy been talking about them. Actually, he's been watching between Artifice and Lana Tien, and yeah, apparently Tien is very nervous after his cruising to a nice lead, and Sinner gets the hold himself for once, and only looks to be moving towards the second set despite being down an early break. Ghost talking about Mute. He's on the schedule a bit later, I believe, after Rybakina and ahead of Emma Raducanu. And with the way it's going, it might not be too long till Mute is playing, because Rybakina is currently 5-1 up against Ayala. But yeah, I was on withdrawal watch because I know that there's a couple of Brits potentially in the chance for a lucky loser. Brazy saying that the physio's been called, so yeah, not an ideal start for Lanatine. I don't know if it's his first US Open senior draw, but it's obviously very early in his career.
Oh dear, yeah. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Dan Evans has lost his break advantage. I mean, I would
Yeah,
imagine.
Rybakina's 2 points away from the first set.
Yeah, I would imagine there's a good chance after this Evans drops down to the challenger scene for a while.
Yeah, you think so? Try and get some points and stuff and confidence.
Yeah, I would. I don't think we'll get wild cards, and qualifying is obviously, it might be a long road round. That is obviously, I would imagine he'll be playing Davis Cup after the US Open first, and then turning his attention to getting his ranking back up. I don't think he doesn't seem like he'll stop anytime soon, but who knows?
Yeah.
Also, Brazy's not sure if this is being called for TND. I mean, you'd assume so, being that Feast is 3-love up, but maybe he just needs something sorting. We'll find out in due course, I'm sure. More comfortable service game here for McDonald, just what he's needed for 2-love at the moment.
Well, I hope it's not for either player, but particularly hope it's not for Feast if he's leading 3-love with a double break.
Yeah, I'm hoping Brazy might give us an update when he knows. I think a tough scene for qualifier Matthew Forbes. I believe he was up in the second set and he's now facing a tiebreak. Second set loss, but it's still, yeah, he was 5-2 up in the set, had a set point, and he's now 5-1 down in the second set tiebreak. It's Roman Safilin. I'll just say that Madon did get a very easy hold there as Sinner tries to move towards the second set now on his own serve. Drop shot there. Madon does make it. Actually, it was a great point there for both, but McDonald puts it away at the volley.
Crazy talking about the slowness of the physio, and Jane just talking about the weather conditions being particularly tough. Might be some thunderstorms tomorrow. I don't know if you're going this year, Jane, to Flushing Meadow. I know you've been there in the past.
Did Rybakina take that first set? Yes, she did. 6-1. So always a few question marks.
Yeah, definitely. You always just want Rybakina sort of just to be healthy and then take it from there.
Yeah, I mean, Rybakina's top level is good enough to beat, I think, anyone in the tournament. It causes huge problems for Ego in recent times. Sabalenka, I think, has been a bit more of a close rivalry, but I think Australian Open final last year, the Indian Wells final, Rybakina beat her in Brisbane this year.
Yeah.
Final. Quite comfortably.
Yeah. She beat Ego in the semis as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, Australia feels like a long time ago.
Yeah.
I think especially this year when we've had so much packed into just a short space of time with the Olympics as well. And so it's not cruising in this set just yet. It's 15-30 on his serve.
Okay.
He approached the net. Is that in? I believe it's fifth. Big set must have just caught the line, 30-all, but perhaps playing with fire a little bit, but it did come off on that occasion. I mean, I think Sinner's definitely playing better, but it's definitely not the Sinner we've been seeing on hard courts this year. Yes,
Sean was talking about how emotional he was after.
Yeah, I mean, not that I want anyone to cry, but it was a nice emotion. It was nice to see how much it meant. I think a lot of it was relief. I think she knows how good she can be, particularly on hard courts, and to produce that against a top 10 player, first top 10 win in 4 years must be so satisfying after a few tough results. Borge is going 2 sets up against Federico Coria. Game point here for Sinner. 40-30. First serve was just wide. I hate this camera angle currently on the stream, but the rally is ongoing. Very low over the net, Sinner. And that is long from McDonald, and Sinner holds to about 5-2. Big fist pump from the Italian.
Big fist pump, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I will speak to you soon. I've just sent you a message in the private chat.
Okay, cool.
Matt, so speak to you soon and good luck.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll speak to you in a bit. Yeah, Dave, I mean, if she plays actually today, the serve is really firing. I think Osaka's going to be a test for anyone. It's just her draw is not the nicest. And Muchova next. And I'm not sure who else, but I remember seeing like who her potential opponents could be when the draw came out, and it was like brutal. But at the same time, Osaka's peak level can challenge and beat most, I would say, of the tour at the moment. I don't think she's quite necessarily at Osaka of 2021, but 2020, 2021, that sort of era where she was winning the majors. But I think it's definitely a building process, and I've been very impressed with how much commitment she's put into the season. Now, Mackenzie McDonald will serve to stay in this second set. So now obviously it was actually a breakdown in this second set after losing the first. It nearly went 2-0 down, but has since turned the tide. Good start from McDonald. Yeah, Dave, absolutely. If Osaka plays actually today, then it could be a real threat. Like, to go deep at least, if not to... I mean, yeah, producer John is talking about how Osaka in his brackets go to the semis. It would be great to see that. I think her best run this year has been in Doha, the quarters. There's been flashes. Obviously, that match against Iga and Roland Garros was amazing, but couldn't quite get over the line. And it'd be nice to see a deep run here. But also, it would be nice to see a deep run from Muchova as well. So it's like you've got to pick carefully there. And if anyone hasn't seen that shot that Muchova hit in her win today, I'm sure it'd be easy to find on social media. It was incredible. Muchova beating Katie Volley-Nets earlier. Sinner coming to Sinner came to the net, but hit the volley right to the net. And it's 40-15 McDonald. I'll probably be covering this match for the next hour or so. I mean, it really felt like a story was brewing in this, with Sinner struggling, but he does seem to turn the tide a little bit and is looking more like himself. So he's had a busy week. due to the story that came out about the failed anti-doping tests that came in March. So that's no doubt had an impact on his preparation, at least mentally, I suppose. So squats that way and reduce, so maybe he will be able to take the set in this game. Medvedev facing the breakpoint against Lajovic, so it's not going all Medvedev's way either. Yeah, I mentioned earlier how he's had a poor preparation for this US Open, not winning a single match in either to Montreal or Cincinnati. Yeah, Dave, I mean, Mackenzie McDonald is a good player, but Yannick Sinner is by far superior when on form. And I think, over the best of 5 format. I don't think Sinner will go 5 sets at all, given his recent injury problems, but he's looking on course to go 4. If he carries on playing like this, he's got a set point now. Goes into the net. Oh, volley to volley. So curls back. Oh, and that's a poor volley from McDonald. He goes long with that. And it was looking a bit shaky for Sinner, but he's recomposed and has taken that second set 6-2. So we're a set apiece. And McDonald really ramped up the arrows in that second set. I'd be interested to know how many he hit, because when I joined the match in the early stage of that second set, McDonald was looking pretty good, but I don't know if it's frustration or just Sinner raising his level as well and in the rallies. In that second set, McDonald hit 19 enforced errors, yes. Sinner hit 9, so still probably higher than Sinner would be hoping for, but compared to the first set, McDonald hit 6 enforced errors, so 13 more in the second set for Mackenzie McDonald, so that's not good at all, especially when you're playing someone like in the calibre of Yannick Sinner. Brazy talking about how much of a walk in the park this is for Artifice against wildcard Lantine, who's had the physio out. Let's take a quick look on Dan Evans. Currently 5-4 to Hachinov on serve in the third set, currently set piece. I think many people, including myself, are expecting him to just sort of make his way through this now 4, but I don't think it's a given. I think McDonald will be hoping his home crowd sort of help him on, and he'll be hoping to really reduce those errors. Yeah, Artifice, his top level is really worthy of his ranking, but it's just finding that consistency. I think he's probably found more of that this year, but particularly in recent months, but it's still not, I don't think he's reliable yet. So to get this third set underway. Right. Sinner gets the first point in this third set, with McDonald going to the net after the back and forth rally. So then look at Elena Rybakina. Yeah, in the second, sorry, 1-1 in the second set after taking the first very comfortably. Just making a few references to the Sinner ongoings over the last week. Always an entertaining member of the chat. Nice easy hold there for Yannick Sinner. And he really struggled to hold serve in the first set and the first three in the second set as well. So, yeah, it's definitely found to improve a bit. We're now on 8 points in a row. So McDonald will be hoping to stop that if he's to get his match competitive. And he breaks the good forehand that Sinner can't get back. Hi Ashley, thanks for joining. And it's looking like it's going to be 2 comfortable service holds for this third set. Yeah, actually he played a poor first set, and early second set was looking a bit cagey too, but he's really reined in the enforced errors, and McDonald's ramped up his enforced errors a bit. The serve's also been better for Sinner in the last set. Oh, that net cord, but Sinner makes it, actually puts it away. Great serve there from McDonald, and he smashes it away. So that's a game apiece to start this third set. Sinner's compatriot are now looking like he's on his way to a comfortable first round win against Spider. Dan Evans and Muchova again going deep in the third set, been 2 tiebreaks in the first and second set, with getting up 1 apiece, and could be heading for a third. I was going to talk about the John Wi-Fi news in the chat. I'm not really sure what that's about, so I had to do some research. Really good value here from McDonald and Sinner. McDonald does go long though. $15 shots that rally. With some really low hard shots from both players, but it was Sinner who came out on top. And after what we've seen this year, Sinner by far the best player on hard courts. Well, not in the world, but particularly on hard courts. To win the Australian Open title, the Miami title, most recently the Cincinnati title. Also, I believe Rotterdam on the indoor hard courts. An ace officer, so that's a quick point. So my face already taking the precedent of the screen. Does anyone else think this match? I mean, I'm trying to sort of watch it and think there's still a chance to be competitive. Does anyone else think that McDonald's got a chance in this match? That's a lovely backhand there from Sinner. Really using his IQ to wrong foot. McDonald was approaching in there. Yeah, it really seems like Sinner's found his feet in this match, and I don't really think McDonald will be able to live with that if he maintains it. Yeah, another race there for Sinner, and he goes 2-1 up. I believe could be wrong, but I believe it's Alex Nicholson awaiting the winner of this match. He's a young American, so pretty decent years. Yeah, the reason in the chat is confident in Sinner's ability to roll through this. And I think that's going to be the case unless some injury reoccurs and starts hampering him again. But he looks confident at the moment. Medvedev is also in a breakup in the first set against Dusan Lajovic. And Sinner's partner, Alejandro Skye, currently serving for the match against Lauren Davis. Just Breeza Monero, comfortable against Petra Martic. And currently at a 1 game away from the win and 6-3, 5-love. Then a closer set for Rybakina in the second though, in the first 6-1, but it's at 2-3 on serve in the second. McDonald's, oh, no, I mean, as I said, McDonald's got to try and keep his serve strong, service game strong, but wild backhand there went completely out of the court. And pressure on now to make a decent goal on the second point. Down the line from Sinner on the backhand, down the line on the forehand from Sinner, and yeah, it's love 30, and the pressure really on McDonald now. It's crazy how quickly the momentum in the match can shift. I mean, 6-2, 1-love with a break. McDonald in the second set, it really looked like Sinner was in trouble. he had chances to go 2-0 up to McDonald, but since then, times really turned, and Sinner has just looked more like a player that has become more than one this past year. Yeah, it's looking possible. Budas Monero is going to bagel. Martic is 30 all at the moment. Second serve for McDonald now, a big pressure point. Wow, actually going big on McDonald. I think he's going to win in 5. I mean, that would be a shock at this point now for me. I think I can't see happening. I think 7-4 is the most likely outcome, especially now as it's love 40 on McDonald's serve. Dan Evans is so it's 6-5 Hachanov in the third set. It's a set piece. And 30-15 on Evans' serve, so we look to be approaching a third consecutive tiebreak. It's a very tight one there between them two. I mean, both for different reasons, I think, are looking for wins. They've both not had the best seasons. Evans' ranking particularly dropping. And oh no, it's a poor volley there from Mackenzie McDonald, and it's a break to love. Yannick Sinner has even really found his rhythm. Yeah, actually, Mackenzie McDonald has won quite a few matches, I believe, at Grand Slam level. I mean, the one that sticks in my mind is Nadal in Australian Open at 2022, the one when Nadal, 2022, when Nadal got injured. 2023, sorry. Yeah, he best result at Grand Slam, reached the 4th round of both Australian Open and Wimbledon. But this year he hasn't actually won a match in the Grand Slam. First round. So he looks to be going for the clean sweep of first round losses this year, unfortunately for him. I mean, I know he's had a tough period of injuries, but yeah, it's not been great. I'm not sure to get into this tournament via a protective ranking as well. Let's have a look. No, he just snuck in at 99. 50 Grand Slam matches, and you're a good player, yeah. I mean, from one Grand Slam match, you're a good player. It's just at this level, but he's won 18 Grand Slam matches as Mackenzie McDonald in his career. Dan Evans must have won 50. I'm not sure. I mean, to that period out due to the ban, it took him a while to get back up, but I'll have a look at it. I imagine he's probably in the 20s like McDonald. Could be wrong there. Let's have a look. 29, so if Evans wins today, it'll be his 30th Grand Slam win. But he is currently facing the set points, Dan Evans against Karen Khachanov. So he's got to fend this off if he's to force a third consecutive tiebreak. He goes to juice, so he's still in it. So they're currently 40-50 on his serves, given that kind of been looking about other matches because this has been very comfortable. Yeah, best British player, male player is definitely Jack Draper at the moment, I believe. Had a comfortable win today. His opponent, Zhi Jinjiang, struggling with injury and retiring in the third set. No, I think best British player really is just in terms of like peak level potential, and I obviously Norrie, you mentioned Norrie's had a very rough year and had to have missed the North American swing due to injury, but before then he was struggling for results, and Draper has taken over the role as British number 1, and I think he's been doing a pretty good job. Dave thinking that Draper could win a major. Yeah, it's tough. It is so hard to look past like Alcaraz and Sinner. I think Draper Wimbledon would be his best chance for the crowd, and he's good on grass. This would be Alcaraz on grass earlier this year. Been quite happy for him in Wimbledon this year, but there's plenty more chances. Actually bigging up Jakub Mensik, who beat Felix Auger-Aliassime. Bit of a surprise for me anyway. I had Auger-Aliassime going quite deep. He'd had a decent run of late, but not at the US Open. Very comfortable loss. And Dan Evans, as we mentioned, is saved a set point and forced a third set tie break. So both won a tie break so far in this match, who will win third. Yeah, Mensik obviously very young, teenager still, so could definitely be a top 20 player. He had a breakthrough run in the Australian Open this year, I believe. Look. Just to point out that it's 4-1 Sinner in this third set. So looking very comfortable. I mean, it's just a quick late in comparison. It's so crazy for him to be compared to the player. No. Those first sets. I mean, it wasn't Australian Open, I think, pardon. It was reached the third round in the US Open last year, did Jakub Mensik, and also the final in Doha. But yeah, Dave, I'd love Draper to be competing at that level. I think he's still got a way to go. But it's not the question. The positive signs that he seems to be more equipped to cope with fitness issues, which has been a bit of an issue in his career. I think one player that had big question marks over him recently and was highlighted even more yesterday was Holger Rune. Been another tough year for him, losing the first round against Brandon Nakashima in straight sets, and I think people are starting to really question whether he'll ever live up to his potential. Actually, doesn't think Shelton's that good. I mean, I think when he's got a weapon like his side, I think he's a really good player. And he's reached semi-finals here last year. He's a good player, especially at Grand Slam level. He really raises it. And now got 2 break points to go 5-1 up in this set. Yeah, it's been. I think he's won. I mean, I think he wins this point. It'll be 11 of the last 13 games. Yeah, it's me just trying to work out in my head there the maths. I mean, that's a lovely passing shot on the backhand from Sinoni. He's now 5-1 up in his serving for this third set. I mean, it's been a completely different player to the first set. And then Adam McKenzie-McDonald is just sort of shell-shocked and doesn't know what to do. Arnaldo beating Svider in straight sets. A bit closer in the second between Dominor and Jerome. Feast winning the first against Team. Medvedev winning the first against Lajovic. And John mentioned Van der Zandschulp will probably be he's actually a break up against Shapovalov. A bit closer in that first set between Feast and Team than it was originally, so I don't know. Yeah. But I'm assuming the team definitely finds fussing a bit in this in the first set. How's Rybakina getting on? 4-all, so a lot closer in the second set for Rybakina, but yeah, Yannick is really motoring. What tactics are effective against Sinner? Bringing to net against as well. Yeah, I mean, I think Sinner likes just to. Sinner so comfortable just rallying back and forwards on, especially on hard courts. He's so like that's raising his element, and you need to start adding variety and mix things up and almost throwing him off a little bit because you can't trust that he's going to be making those enforced errors like he was in that first set. And he's now got 3 set points. It's been so comfortable for Sinner in this third set. I've almost actually switched off in this match mentally because it's been so comfortable. And I'd actually be intrigued to see how many points McDonald has won. And that is another fantastic forehand from Sinner, and it's an easy set, and it's 2-1. Number one. I'd like to have a quick look at how many points he's won. Stats. Yeah, I mean, so I didn't hit a single enforced error in that set. 10 winners. McDonald hit 9 enforced errors, and in terms of points, yeah, McDonald only won 7 points. And they didn't go to juice once. They actually didn't go to 30 once. I mean, McDonald won a game, but yeah, not great reading from McDonald. But also, I think it's in that set. I think it was more just how well Sinner was playing. Dan Evans is 4-2 up on Khachanov in the tiebreak. Yeah, Dave. I mean, Shelton is a rare breed of athlete, and I think his character as well is very suited to the US Open. He really embraces that crowd, and I'm not sure all players do, especially not all American players. Yeah, he really suits this tournament. Obviously, his serve is just a nightmare for players to deal with. But he's not just a good server. I mean, he's got a lot of weapons. Good at the net as well. I think McDonald might have gone off for a toilet break. Yes, Dan Evans 5-3 now, but Evans is 2 points away from the third set. I mean, he will need this win. His ranking has dropped a lot. He won't gain any points for this win because he reached the third round last year, but images of confidence and sort of reduce the drop. I don't know who either Evans or Khachanov will play if they win this match. They would play Mariano Navone. So yeah, not the worst matchup, and of course be more of a clay specialist. Evans taking a set point in this set, but he's got to keep it on because it was 5-2, it's now 5-4, but he's got 2 serves. And Safiullin just getting the win there, straight sets victory over Matthew Forbes, the American wildcard. Kind of what you'd expect, really. Yeah, board games getting straight sets whenever. Korea as well. Very interesting set there. Schmiedlova 5-1 up over Clara Towson. Perhaps a surprise. Schmiedlova also a good Olympics. Just missing out on a medal, but yeah. So he's just spinning his racket right now. Looks very casual as he waits for McDonald's to return. Yeah, I think you're right, Dave. Both Drago and Shelton have mentally got some winner's instinct. Definitely both got, I think, different mentalities, but they've both got belief, definitely. McDonald returns to the court. Imagine he's a bit of a talking to himself after that. Tricky third set, and Dan Evans has taken the third set against Karahatchanov, third tiebreak of the match, and Evans coming on top in that one, saving a set point in the third set and going on to win the tiebreak. So he's one set away from a really big Grand Slam win over a seeded player as well. It'd be huge for him. Will it be another tiebreak though? Doing all now serving for 2 sets to Lovely. He's got 2 set points. Anders Adamschulp is also serving for the first in his match, but he's at 30 also. Still got a bit of work to do. It's been not a great start to the fourth set. So for Mackenzie McDonald, lost 30 on his own serve, and he's just shown a start there saying that Yannick Sinner's won 22 of the last 25 points, and yeah, it's really felt like that. Sinner's been all over him. Second serve now. Stimonor goes 2 sets to the by the way. Double fault for McDonald. And it's love 40, and this is not the start I would have wanted to this fourth at all. It's fallen apart, really. And a break to love for Yannick Sinner. I mean, yeah, it's not been great. That was a loose game from Mackenzie McDonald, and it looks a bit perplexed, to be honest. I think 13 of the last 15 games have gone to Yannick Sinner, which is incredible, really, when you consider that he was setting a breakdown from that point. And Van der Zandschulp does get the first set against Shapovalov, so maybe a bit of somewhat surprised there. Yeah, West up at 3, Dave, just all 4 tie breaks. I mean, there's also a chance it could go to 5, but from a British perspective, I'm hoping that Evans is able to get the job done in 4. It's a nice serve there from ace of the match. Yeah, I mean, McDonald was playing really well earlier on in the match, and Sinner was not, and it's just completely flipped. Nothing you find a lot of time, especially in these best of 5 matches. The top ranked players usually do come through because of that time to work their way into the match. I'm still searching for his first point of this 4th set. but he's not found it just yet. I mean, it's another ace there, 9th match for Sinner. He's so comfortable. I don't know what the atmosphere is like, but it almost was awkward to watch. Another ace, 3 aces in that game. Fantastic. So this game there from Sinner. Don looks completely just in shock. And Sinner's gone from looking in trouble to literally being within whiskers now of winning this match. And he's still 4 games away, but just the rate he's going through is these games, it's really just amazing. I mean, just a notable point, Elena Rybakina is currently serving to take in the second set, won the first set very comfortably against qualified Destiny Alva, but was it 15-30, now 30 all, so perhaps a bit of a turn not expected. First 7 net from Mackenzie McDonald. It's the net. Oh, yeah. You can't find any luck. It's 9th consecutive point in this set. The Alex Sinner. And I'm just drinking a Pepsi Max. A bit too exciting. A bit of energy to this match. I needed in the last set or so. I needed a bit of energy to get myself through it. Really, it's been an uncomfortable watch, I would say, from a McDonald point of view, and that's a double fault. So, yeah, I mean, the interesting thing here is Destiny Alva has a set point against Rybakina, but she does save it. But it's a very close second set. Hi Jake, thanks for joining. I mean, we are in the last stages of this stream, but there will be a stream later on for Alcaraz's match with Matthew. And yes, it's becoming really uncomfortable now for Mackenzie McDonald. He does get a good serve there, but he's going to get it back in, and he's on the attack again. Oh no, it is. And we're actually currently halfway to a golden set. I'd be surprised if it happened, but it's 12 points in a row for Yannick Sinner. He doesn't really like missing, and McDonald does not look like he's having a good time at all, as expected. I mean, I don't know how many points in a row it is. I can't remember what the score of the last game was. Interesting that if anyone watching the Dan Evans Hatchmore matches are currently a medical court. It says for Dan Evans, which is concerning. Does it look precautionary? Does it look more serious? It'd be such a shame after winning that second set tiebreak. Third set tiebreak, I'm sorry, to go 2 sets to love it. Yes, it's actually been 16 points in a row for Yannick Sinner. Surely this could not be a golden set. Surely not. Another set point for Destiny Alva against Elena Rybakina again. This would be a big shock if she was to level things up here. The qualifier. Rybakina saves it again. They're still hanging in there. The 4th seed. That's Alva there, on number 194. So there's been 28 of the last 30 points. It's been so dominant. And there's another point for Italian, the double 1. The tennis score system is incredible. Like, Sinner was struggling after that first set, and the early stage of the second, but it's completely been flipped. I know I keep saying it, but it's Crazy. Second serve in from Sinner. Will McDonald win this point? Strong forehand there. Sinner has actually turned it back on his down the line. Great shot from McDonald. Oh, and he does get a point, but no reaction. Yeah, so the golden set, I'm afraid, but it's off. There's a nice shot there from Mackenzie McDonald to get that point, but he looks completely, there's sort of no emotion whatsoever. He looks very disappointed and dejected with how things have gone. I mean, yeah, could you imagine if Sinner had won a golden set with the conversation around recent topics that have ramped up as well? Despite losing that 1 point, Sinner is back on. They're 15 to that. I mean, let's bear in mind this match was at 1.62, 1-love with a break. McDonald and Riddle did have a chance to go 2-love up. And now, since then, that means Sinner has lost hardly anything. But that was a double fault there from Sinner, so as I said that. And the second serve for Yannick Sinner. Out that return there from McDonald, and to be honest, his body language is just not good. It's understandable. It seems like a complete inevitability this match. You could say that from Sinner, it's 4-love. That's 20, I believe, 20 of the last 22 games have gone to Yannick Sinner. No, that's not right. My maths has gone completely wrong. 16. I've added 4 games out of nowhere. That 16 of the last 18 games have gone to Sinner. Yep, like our producer said, I'll see through to the end of this match, and then there'll be a break before Carlos Alcaraz takes on qualifier Lee 2. That's with Matthew, I believe, so you'll be in for a good one. Just to know that Elena Rybakina did fend off those set points and is now in a tiebreak with Desmaya over the qualifier. That could be more of a scare in the second set than in the first. Worrying signs for Dan Evans. See, I don't know why he had a medical timeout after the third set, but he's now got an early breakdown to Karahanov. And now then you'll be spurring Rybakina on. She's 2-love up in the tiebreak, so moving towards a straight set victory despite a bit of jeopardy. Double fault there from Mackenzie McDonald there. To be honest, I know he's a competitor, but I honestly think there'll be part of him that just wants to leave the court. I think he knows it's an inevitability, and it's rejecting, to say the least. Another fault there from Mackenzie McDonald. Oh no, it's not. I think it's a let cord, so he's got another chance. Oh dear, but the serve, it goes off the net cord and goes out this time, and it's back-to-back double faults and 15-40. Rybakina has gone from fending off set point to now up in 5-0 for the tiebreak, so it's changed very quickly. She's now 2 points away from the match. And McDonald has gone from back-to-back double faults to an ace, so a bit of a reliever there for him, but Sinner's still got on break point. Another big serve there from McDonald, so he does have in the lockout. But Sinner has kicked the ball in, great shots, but he slices it into the net, so we are back at juice. And that's out there from the Sinner, so McDonald does have a game point. So maybe he will get on the board with this set. Not sure he'll have much of a reaction, but good serve there from McDonald. Go cross court, Sinner goes down the line. McDonald is through it, smash attempt from back to juice. And Elena Rybakina has gone from having set points against her in that second set to comfortably winning the tiebreak 7-1 and winning the match as a result. So into the second round is Rybakina. Dan Evans did get that break straight back, so maybe he is feeling okay, just needed a bit of a check. I don't know if Brazy is still watching, but the match he was watching earlier between Teen and Feast has really changed a bit. I mean, Feast is now, Teen is a breakup in this, or TN is a breakup in the second set after losing the first 6-4. Medvedev is a breakdown in the second after winning the first. Van der Zandschulp is a set of breakup over Denis Shapovalov, surprising really. And there's a game there for Mackenzie McDonald. A bit of a reliever for him, but like I said, it does feel like an inevitability that Jannik Sinner is going to take this match. But we're now at 4-1 in the fourth. Yeah, producer John getting very excited about Botic van der Zandschulp. We were talking about him earlier and how he's not had the best of years, but he's on a pretty good start so far against Denis Shapovalov. He also needs wins, really, especially at Grand Slam level. So the matches you've got to look forward to later today. You've got Emma Raducanu versus Sofia Kenin. Raducanu's first appearance match at the US Open since 2022. Alcaraz obviously making his start to the campaign against Qualifier League 2. That'll be covered here on Talking Tennis with Matthew, as I previously mentioned. So will that game from McDonald just be sort of a delay, or will it be a sort of a comeback? We'll see. Personally, I think, as I mentioned, I can't see anything other than Stoppler. Big first serve from Sinner. McDonald goes out long. I mean, it was a good serve from Jannik Sinner. I think he'll be wanting to get his match wrapped up sooner rather than later. But that serve is wide. Second serve in, and Dom returns. And cross court on the forehand. Sinner goes straight down the line, but it's long. So maybe that's comfortable as a few games ago, but I mean, Sinner was winning pretty much every point then, so it's unlikely to stay with that. The first serve into the net from Sinner. Second serve in. Sinner goes down the line with the forehand. Donald gets to it. Goes, cross court with the backhand. Donald tries to go down the line, but it goes into the net. First 15, Jannik Sinner. Showing there the stats, showing that Donald's hit 12 and 4 stars in this set. Some of them have been a lot more wayward than others. The rallies have definitely got better as this set has gone on. But that is a lovely backhand down the line there. Really good exchange from both, and then Sinner puts it away. I mean, as much as he's transformed into the player we know in these last two sets, I think Sinner can't afford to start in the way that he did today against perhaps better players. An ace there from Jannik Sinner, and it's 5-1. Just one game away from the match now. Sinner, who wins this, as we expect, will play another American, Alex Nicholson, in the second round. But a good serve there from McDonald, and Sinner goes long. Yeah, goes long again after an exchange there with McDonald. And to be fair to McDonald, he because he could easily have got bageled here, I think he's refused to just let him just roll over, and nice serve there, and yeah, it's a nice forehand. This is a bit more what he was showing in the first set and a half. 40 love to Mackenzie McDonald, so it's looking like Jannik's going to have to serve this out, which he'll probably have no problem doing it. Yeah, a love hold there for McDonald, and a pretty bit of frustration for him, I'd imagine, after it's been a tough couple of sets. But 5-2 in this fourth set, and Jannik will come out after this exchange of ends to serve for the match. Dan Evans currently got an advantage in fourth set, 1-1, and serving to make it 2-1. Got Dimonor 2 sets in the breakup, which is a good turn on his first match back. And the TN is currently serving to level things up with Artifice set of keys. Medvedev against Lajovic is currently a setup but a breakdown. Van der Zandschulp was a set of breakup, it's now 2-2 in the second set. And Max Verstappen, Alexander Vukic, the Australian battle has just got underway on serve at the moment. Then you've got Anna Bondar is currently it's a set piece against Bernarda Pera, but she's a breakup in the third. Wang Jingyu is set down to Ariana Rodionova, but is juice and only 2 points away from taking the second. So interesting. Anna Karolina Schmiedlova with the first against Clara Towson quite comfortably, but it's 2-1 with the second. And Fernandez was an early breakup over Potapova, but it's now 2-2. Pliskova also. Sharif on serve. Varvara Lipchenko against Brenda Kvitova. It's quite contrasting ages, and Varvara Lipchenko, the veteran, is currently a breakup. Ace there for Sinner 11th of the match. To go 15-love up. Yes, and actually Dan Evans did get broken on it, going through it. It's 2-1 Hachinov. The break in that fourth set. All the games in that fourth set have all been breaks in that match. So it puts the smash away. There's now 2 points away from the match. Yeah, Brazy just informed us that Etienne has taken that second set and leveled things up, and really, adapting to teams and adapting to Fisa's style of play, and he's not against him. And that's a lovely drop shot there from Yannick Sinner. Set up 3 match points. It's been very comfortable, particularly the last 2 sets after a slow start. It just goes wide that first serve, but have another chance here. On second set, double fault. It's quite a fast second serve, but he's still got 2 more chances to take this match. Yeah, Brazy's about Mute Corda. Coming back to that Rybakina match just finished. Definitely could be interesting. Corda obviously a decent North American hardcourt swing, and Mute can always be a challenge. And down middle, and yeah, Mackenzie McDonald goes into the net, and Yannick Sinner takes the victory. Lost the first set with a breakdown in the second, but since then really cruised to up his level to what we know he can do, and cruised to victory in his first match since the story broke about his failed doping test back in March. So yeah, pretty comfortable really for Sinner once he found his feet, and will now take on another American, Alex Mickelson, as I previously mentioned. So again, probably should be a comfortable victory, but another test in there. His first US Open as the top seed. So I will leave you now. I mean, thanks for joining, everyone. It's been good fun watching this first round of the US Open, and we'll leave you for a bit before Matthew returns later on for Carlos Alcaraz versus League 2 in the night session. So thanks for joining, and in the meantime, keep talking tennis.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.